2024 Mazda CX-5, starting at just $29,276. Ramsey Mazda is the proud recipient of the 2023 President's Club Award and the 2024 Cars.com Consumer Satisfaction Award. Visit RamseyMazda.com. That's RamseyMazda.com. Get more in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
103 millones de dólares. ¿Qué te parece? You know you ready to play. Sounds grande, grande.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million or a second chance to win one of 100 VIP trips to Billboard Latin Music Week in Miami. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
While everyone is listening to the ball game, the Engineers Labor Employer Cooperative is hard at work rebuilding our infrastructure. Whether it's transportation, water, or energy projects, ELEC and the Operating Engineers 825 are ready to get to work building our bounce back.
Welcome back as we wrap up the Nissan Mets pregame show. This final segment is brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. Just go to injurylawyer.com. Our player to bank on today is Francisco Lindor, brought to you by California Cryo Bank. Build your family with the #1 sperm bank in the United States. The pitching matchup, one final time. Luis Severino gets the ball in Game 2 for the Mets against left-hander Christopher Sanchez for Philadelphia. That'll do it for the Nissan Mets pregame show. On the other side, we join Keith Radd and the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose, for lineups and first pitch of Game 2 of the National League Division Series. Coming up right after this.
The Nissan Mets pregame show on Odyssey Mets Radio has been brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum. Sloman's Home Security. The difference is human. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life. Margaret Teets, Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power. 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's cars with a K to donate your car today. And by ELEC 825. Building our future.
Sports Grid Radio on Sirius XM has you covered this NFL season.
The back-to-back Super Bowl champions look to protect their home field on Monday night in an out-of-conference matchup with Derek Carr and the Saints to wrap up Week 5 of the NFL season. The line opened with the Chiefs as an 8-point favorite and a total of 45. Make sure you tune into Sports Grid Radio to stay up to date on all the latest.
The place to get the winning edge over the sports books this football season is Sports Grid Radio, channel 159 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
It's 2024 Mets postseason baseball on Odyssey Mets Radio.
Now the 1-2 to Vientos. Breaking ball line to left field. That's a base hit. Here comes Bader around third. He scores the tying run. Lindor digging for third. He's in with a head-first slide. Vientos follows to second. Mets have tied it 1-1. 0-2 to Nimmo. swinging a line to the third base hit beyond the reach of Bohm into left field. Here comes Lindor to score the go-ahead run. Vientos at third, and on at first with an RBI single is Brandon Nimmo. The Mets are leading by a score of 2-1. The 1-1. Martinez hits it up the middle. Base hit going into center field. Around third, Nimmo. He's coming home. The throw goes to third. The slide there by Iglesias. He's safe. Nimmo scores. 4-1 New York. Bringing a high fly ball to right field. Deep, but it's playable. Taylor back in front of the track. He makes the one-hand catch. Put it in the books. The New York Mets have taken the opener of this best-of-5 National League Division Series from the Philadelphia Phillies, and they did it in Metsian fashion.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. ThriveWell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThriveWellInfusion.com. Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit PeerlessBoilers.com to find a dealer near you. Gin and Juice, a premium seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Welcome to New York Mets baseball. This afternoon, the Mets face the Philadelphia Phillies in Game 2 of the National League Division Series, with the Mets leading 1-0. The starting pitchers for Philadelphia, left-hander Christopher Sanchez, and for the Mets, right-hander Luis Severino. Hi again, everyone. I'm Howie Rose along with Keith Radd. You just heard a beautiful rendition of our national anthem performed by the United States Army Herald Trumpets. That's our salute to America, brought to you by the Ray Catena family of dealerships. Visit them at raycatena.com. And this afternoon, the Mets will look to make it 2 in a row. If they can pull that off, they go back to Citi Field for the next 2, with, if this series should go the limit, the deciding 5th game scheduled for Friday here at Citizens Bank Park. But the Mets 6-2 winners yesterday. Zach Wheeler had them shut down and shut out through 7 innings. But more late Met magic again. A 5-run 8th inning, the key to their 6-2 win over the Phillies. Our game time temperature is sponsored by Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Go to PeerlessBoilers.com for a dealer near you. Another gorgeous afternoon, not a cloud in the sky. Blue sky, 77 degrees at game time. And we'll come back to look at the pitching matchup next on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Honda dealers.
Long Islanders, in case you haven't noticed, because I have, electric rates are constantly on the rise for us. This year alone, they increased 11%. When does it end? Well, it can end with Empower Solar. And going solar, man, that's a no-brainer. Solar equals major savings, which can be multiplied with batteries, EV charging, and more. Our friends over at Empower Solar are your total electrification experts, covering Long Island, the boroughs, and Westchester. Visit empower-solar.com/WFAN to claim an exclusive $1,000 discount.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Want to save money on your home heating oil this season? Call Sloman's at 866-OIL-DEAL. You can save hundreds. Just call 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state, so what are you waiting for? Wow your way through NJ. Through Sculpture Gardens, Garden Gardens, and Loop-the-Loops. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
The family of Casamigos tequilas, Añejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and introducing the new Casamigas Jalapeno. Casamigos tequila brought to you by those who drink it. Remind you to enjoy today's game responsibly.
Play $10 million cash from the New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Back here in Philadelphia, we're getting set for the Mets and the Phillies in Game 2 of the division series, with the Mets already having won one, which was the primary objective coming in here. Get one, and for what it's worth, get home field advantage, meaning that the Mets, should they just win the 2 games at Citi Field, would certainly have done enough to advance them to the National League Championship Series. That's where the winner of this one goes. But they will try to make it 2 in a row here in Philadelphia, and they'll have to do it against a tough pitcher, Christopher Sanchez, a left-hander who is much more effective at home than he is on the road. Luis Severino makes his second start of the postseason for New York, Keith.
Yeah, Christopher Sanchez, will start with him. The reason why manager for the Phillies, Rob Thompson, picked him for this game instead of putting him maybe in Game 3 or 4, even though he's probably somewhere right after Aaron Nola on the hierarchy. Nola will pitch Game 3 in Citi Field. The reason is this: the towel's waving. This ballpark where he pitches incredibly well, and in fact a whole lot better than he does on the road. At home, in 17 starts just this year, a 2.21 ERA. You will double that when you get on the road. Sanchez has pitched to a 5.02 earned run average, which is unique, really, because knowing this ballpark, it is sometimes a hitter's paradise, but Sanchez has pitched really well here. 27 years old, little by little, start by start, Christopher Sanchez is certainly making his way as one of the best pitchers, not only for the Phillies, but in baseball. In fact, he's taken so many strides this year that you almost forget last year he only made one postseason start. That was in Game 4 of the NLCS against Arizona. Didn't show up in the wild card, didn't show up in the division series, wasn't really needed on those rosters. The Phillies are throwing him here very early in the playoffs in Game 2. His thing as a lefty, the hard sinker, but the beautifully soft changeup that he works off of that sinker. The league hitting just 193. If you can find it, that changeup coming out of the lefty slot for Christopher Sanchez. Meanwhile, Luis Severino gets kind of another opportunity here in the playoffs to put together a really good outing. And he did end up, as you look back at that start he had in Milwaukee, pitching against the Brewers in the playoffs in Game 1 that the Mets won. It didn't start out great, but as he got deeper and deeper, the Mets built a bigger and bigger lead. It got to the point where Severino went out there for the 5th, went out there for the 6th, and all of a sudden just started to eat up innings to save the bullpen. That was huge, but Severino wants to have a better start than just 6 innings, 4 runs, 3 earned. He wants to do a little bit better than that, and against the Phillies in 3 career starts as an ERA sub-3, which is even better than his lifetime numbers. So he'll have to try to do that against a very tough Phillies lineup that was very frustrated yesterday. We'll come back and look at those starting lineups and have first pitch ahead of Game 2 next on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Ray Catena family of dealerships is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York for one simple reason. They always put the customer first. With the finest inventory of luxury vehicles and legendary customer service, experience the Ray Catena way. Visit raycatena.com.
Labor is Local 731 has been responsible for some of the biggest and most celebrated infrastructure projects in New York City, like the rebuild of the World Trade Center and the new LaGuardia Airport. Local 731 provides qualified and competent laborers to fill the demand that the construction industry not only requires but deserves. Its members and leadership have fought hard for wages and benefits that open the path to the middle class that every hardworking American deserves. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power.
If you heat your home with oil, you must hear this message. Low-price home heating oil is now available to all our Mets Radio listeners at a fixed price that can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill. If you think you're paying too much to heat your home, then pick up your phone, dial 866-OIL-DEAL right now to see how much you can save on heating oil. The Home Heating Oil Service Center is staffed 24/7, and mechanics are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure your family is never left in the cold. Just dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL. The heating oil line is now open for Mets Radio listeners. Think you're paying too much for your home heating oil or service? Call the Home Heating Oil line now to see how much you can save off your home heating costs. Don't wait. There is no reason to pay too much for home heating oil. You can get the best service, 24-hour mechanics, and a low flat rate for this home heating season, guaranteed. So call now. Dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
Here at Ridgewood Savings Bank, we can help you with our flexible checking, high rates on savings, affordable mortgages, personal loans, and more. All backed by powerful digital tools and award-winning local service. Learn more at ridgewoodbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Back in Philadelphia, Game 2 of the National League Division Series. The Mets lead the series a best-of-5, 1-0. Today's starting lineups are sponsored by Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda for the Mets. The shortstop, Francisco Lindor, leads off. Third baseman, Mark Vientos, bats second. Batting third, the left fielder, Brandon Nimmo. Pete Alonso hits cleanup and plays first base. Then Jose Iglesias bats fifth. He's at second base. The designated hitter, J.D. Martinez, bats sixth. Starling Marte in right field hitting seventh. Francisco Alvarez, the catcher, bats eighth. And the center fielder getting the start today, batting ninth, Harrison Bader. Luis Severino on the mound. 31 regular season starts this year. A 3.91 ERA, right around his lifetime 3.81 ERA. For Severino, this is his 9th major league season, his 13th postseason game, and his 12th start. Once again for the Mets, Lindor at short, Vientos at third, Nimmo in left, Alonso at first, Iglesias at second, Martinez the DH, Marte in right, Alvarez the catcher, Bader in center field for Carlos Mendoza's New York Mets, who are in as a wild card team, finished the regular season at 89 and 73. Now for Rob Thompson's Philadelphia Phillies, who won the National League East, 95 and 67 in the regular season. The designated hitter Kyle Schwarber leads off. Shortstop Trey Turner bats behind him. Bryce Harper hits third, plays first base. Cleanup hitter is the right fielder, Nick Castellanos. Bryson Stott at second base, batting fifth. The catcher, JT Realmuto, hits sixth. Brandon Marsh, Edmundo Sosa, Johan Rojas goes 7, 8, and 9. Marsh in left, Sosa at third instead of Alec Bohm, and Rojas in center field. Christopher Sanchez, 31 regular season starts, 11 and 9, an ERA of 3.32. Once again for the Phils, it's Schwarber the DH, Turner at short, Harper at first, Castellanos in right, Stott at second, Realmuto catching, Marsh in left, Sosa at third, and Rojas in center field. Today's uniforms are brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life. Flagandanthem.com. Phillies, once again, as they were yesterday, are in those home alternate cream-colored tops and pants. Phillies in red bubble print across the chest, and each of the dots of the letters I in Phillies are those blue stars. Meanwhile, for the Mets, they wear the road grays with New York written across the chest in blue trimmed in orange. The blue stripe down the collar hugging the buttons on the way down to the belt. Blue hats with the orange NY interlocking on the front of the hat. When it's game time, it's Tully time. The first pitch is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. Be sure to grab a Tullamore Dew during today's game. Another packed house at the bank. Another playoff game in this first ever playoff series between the Mets and the Phillies. We are ready to go. So is the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose.
All right, thank you very much, Keith. And I think it's a little more muted today than it was yesterday, owing, of course, to the Mets' comeback victory. And the Philly fans know that they have got to win here to have a chance to come back for a potential fifth game. And for the Mets, Francisco Lindor, a switch hitter, will bat right-handed as soon as the network stooge says it's okay to throw the first pitch, which Christopher Sanchez is finally ready to do. So with a right leg kick, first pitch of the game, a fastball in for a called strike. It's 0-1. Lindor yesterday went 0 for 3, but drew a couple of walks, including a big one in that 5-run eighth inning. And the 0-1 on the way is way outside a changeup, 1 ball and 1 strike. Lindor 2 out of 12 in this postseason. Those hits came consecutively his first 2 at-bats in the third game in Milwaukee. And the 1-1 lifted in the air, foul down the right field line and out of play. A sinker from Sanchez, and the count 1-2 to Lindor. And between the changeup and the sinker, hitters are going to have their hands full with this guy. Plus, early on, the Sun. The 1-2 foul straight down at home plate. You look right now the way the shadows edge out from the third base side. Just about 2/3 of the infield from the third base line out are in the shade. A little bit of sunlight on the pitcher's mound, but bright sunshine in the outfield. The 1-2 on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with that changeup. So, 1 up, 1 down. Mark Vientos will be the batter, and it really is a challenge for the hitters, despite the fact that there's a great hitter's background in this ballpark. 401 to straightaway center with nothing but deep evergreen and arborvitae trees behind that short center field fence. It makes for great vision for a hitter, but not in these situations when the hitter is standing in the shade and that entire outfield is in bright sunshine. So Sanchez now faces Vientos. Right-hand batter, the first pitch is taken on the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. A slider there from Sanchez. Vientos, big hit yesterday. Game-tying single in the 8th inning. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss of the changeup, 0-2, and Sanchez knows that he's dominated Vientos. Vientos is 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts against Sanchez. So, quickly 0-2. Right leg kick, the pitch. Swing and a foul straight down at home plate. Defensively, the Phillies have Harper at first, Stott at second, Turner at short, and the surprise today is that Mundo Sosa is at third base. Talk more about that in a little bit. 0-2 to Vientos, the pitch. Swing and a liner down the right field line, slicing, fair ball, base hit, going into the corner. On his way to second is Vientos. He is in there standing with a 1-out double, and would you believe another 0-2 hit for the Mets. They specialized in that yesterday in their remarkable 5-run 8th inning, and now Vientos, with his first career hit and 8 tries against Sanchez, gives the Mets a runner in scoring position with 1 out for Brandon Nimmo.
Tell you what, that was huge too. Vientos has struck out from time to time this year, that's fair to say, but Sanchez totally had his number. That's a big lift in your first at bat of the day, head-to-head for Vientos.
Here's Nimmo now, lefty, man in scoring position. First pitch, fastball drilled in the air, straightaway center. Back goes Rojas. He makes the one-hand catch. Vientos tags. He's going to third, and he slides in way ahead of the throw. So, fly ball out by Nimmo. Now Vientos 90 feet away, but there are 2 men out, and Pete Alonso coming up. The Phillies go Marsh, Rojas, Castellanos left to right in the outfield, with JT Realmuto catching. And the reception for Pete Alonso. Alonso yesterday struck out his first 3 times, but then behind 2 strikes. Hit a sacrifice fly in the 8th inning to make it 3-1. First pitch. Downstairs, a fastball, 1-0. 97-mile-an-hour sinker. Alonso 2 out of 13 with his dramatic home run in Milwaukee. 4 runs batted in. 2 out, Vientos at third. No score in the first. The 1-0. Taken for a called strike at the knees. It's 1-1. Umpires brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together. Edwin Moscoso calls the balls and strikes. Doug Eddings at first. Crew Chief James Hoy at second. Carlos Torres at third. 1-1 to Alonso. Sanchez deals. Change up on the outside corner. Strike 2 call. Left to right, it's Nimmo, Bader, Marte in the outfield, or at least Marsh. Rojas Castellanos, as we mentioned, for the Phillies. 1-2 the count. Now the pitch. Swinging a high pop fly to right center field. In the sun, Castellanos, the right fielder, yields to the center fielder Rojas, who makes the catch to retire the side. No runs a hit, 1 left, middle of the first inning. It's the Mets nothing and the Phillies coming up on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets! New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Beach wows, mountain wows, and show-stopping wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Come home to SNY.
Lot to get to here on our postgame show.
As our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan postgame live. Tonight, immediately after the Mets-Phillies NLDS game, only on SNY.
It ain't a party till the sauce gets involved. That's why Wendy's Saucy Nugs Party Pack is 45-ish nugs slathered in honey barbecue, garlic parm, buffalo, or ghost pepper. Savor the drip of Wendy's Saucy Nugs Party Pack, open till midnight or later. Participating locations only.
Peerless Boilers wants to keep you in heat and hot water, so check out Peerless Boilers, the world's best-built boilers, and Pavilion tankless water heaters, the world's best-built tankless water heaters. Learn about both at peerlessboilers.com, and remember, Peerless Boilers are the world's best-built boilers.
Do you need to upgrade your wardrobe this fall? Visit flagandanthem.com for premium quality clothes without the premium price tag. Super comfortable flannels, jeans, and quarter zips, even jackets and boots. Get 25% off your order with code METS24. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
There's nothing quite like the Honda Civic Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, and CR-V Hybrid when it comes to exhilarating efficiency. With hybrid technology and thrilling capability, these vehicles deliver an electrifying performance on every drive. But what truly makes these hybrids special is the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Last of the first inning here in Philadelphia. Mets had a chance in the first half of this inning on a one-out double by Mark Vientos, but they were not able to bring him around. And so now Luis Severino, who's made 3 starts against the Phillies, 2-0 with a 2.84 ERA, makes his second postseason start. Was the winning pitcher in the 8-4 win in the opener in Milwaukee, going 6, giving up 8 hits and 4 runs. For a while, it looked like it would be difficult to get him through the 4th, never mind the 5th, but he gave them 6, and that turned out to be huge. He'll face Kyle Schwarber, the designated hitter, to lead off. And Schwarber, 24 hours ago, hit Kodai Senga's 3rd pitch into the upper deck for a home run. They measured at, 425 feet? That seemed kind of cheap, at least based on the numbers. I think he might have gotten robbed of a few feet there, but it doesn't matter. Nor does it that Harrison Bader has got to jog in from center to flip an errant ball over to the ball girl down the right field line before Severino can throw his first pitch. So Schwarber 2 for 5 yesterday, including that home run. He's been a big-time postseason performer, starting with the Cubs and now with the Phillies. And he's done a lot of his damage with home runs, as he always does. Left-hand hitter Severino's first pitch is taken on the inside corner. A fastball, 0-1. Schwarber during the regular season hit 38 home runs, 3rd most in the National League, 4th in RBIs with 104. And the 0-1 on the way inside with a fastball, 1-1. And you know how it works here. Yeah, you come close to a hitter. If you're a Phillies hitter, the fans think you're throwing at him. Obviously no intent there other than maybe to buy a little bit more of the inside part of the plate. And the 1-1 hit foul the other way into the seats downstairs. It's 1-2. But, you know, the general axiom is that the team that out-homers its opponent tends to win the game. Well, so far, very early on in this postseason, teams are just 4-4 when they out-homer the opposition. 1-2 to Schwarber, hit on the ground to the right side, right at Iglesias, the second baseman. He's got it, throws to first in time, 1 man away. Just to give you an idea, despite the very small sample of how unusual that is, by comparison, over the last 4 seasons, the team that out-homered its opponent won 107 and lost 17. That's how drastic an advantage that's been in the recent history. On 1 out, nobody on. And Trey Turner, the batter, right-hand hitter. And the first pitch to him, hit on the ground to the right side. Iglesias hustles over, can't reach it. It's into right field for a base hit. And Turner, immediately a stolen base threat, is aboard with a 1-out single. And that will bring up Bryce Harper. Well, look at the Mets' defensive alignment. Sponsored by Orland & Cohen Orthopedic Group. Experiencing orthopedic pain, they've got specialists for that. Alonso at first, Iglesias at second, Lindor at short, and Vientos at third. Nimmo, Bader, Marte left to right in the outfield. Alvarez behind the plate. And now Harper, who went 1 for 2 yesterday. Left-hand hitter, the infield swings around to the right. Turner runs, pitch taken for a strike. Alvarez's throw way too late, stolen base for Trey Turner. And that's his game.
Say, this is a pretty good pitch for Alvarez to throw on it. It looks kind of like a pitch out because it's up and away to a lefty, and so Alvarez has this big window to go up and get it. But Turner's so fast, and he got a great jump. It's just a flat-out good steal by a fast runner.
Stole 19 during the regular season. Now the 0-1, swing and a miss at a fastball. And it's 0-2. Bryce Harper 2 for 5 with 2 home runs against Severino. And those home runs came in September here when Harper had gone just about 6 weeks without a home run. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball high, 1-2. And Harper's had a variety of physical issues this year. Of course, the surgically repaired elbow. He had Tommy John. That's how he's become a first baseman. Wrist and shoulder problems, too. He plays hard and pays the price sometimes. The 1-2 fouled back to the screen with a typically huge Bryce Harper swing. We're coming to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. No score, 1 out, last of the second. Turner, the runner at second. Lindor basically holding him on, just barely to the left of the bag. Now Francisco drops back as Severino deals and missed inside with a sweeper. And it's 2-2 to Harper. And Castellanos, a right-hand hitter, waits on deck. So here come the red towels. Maybe not waved as vigorously as they were at this point yesterday. They already were hooting and hollering after Schwarber's homer. 2-2 pitch. High and tight with a fastball, ball 3. Remember now, first base is open here. And Severino can afford to be careful with Harper. I know it's early, it's the first inning. But you got a right-hand hitter, Castellanos on deck. Severino dangles the right arm, connects with Alvarez. The payoff pitch. Harper takes strike 3 called. A fastball pops out of the mitt of Alvarez, who picks it up and tags Harper, who is caught looking at 98 from Severino. 2 men away.
I'll tell you what, that was fairly lucky in the sense that I think Francisco Alvarez was a little bit crossed up on what pitch he called and what pitch he got, because he didn't catch this pitch or receive it, and he drops it. It looks like he tries to yank the glove either to react to the movement of the ball or try to frame it before he had it. And sometimes you rarely see an umpire give strike 3 to a catcher who drops the ball.
So 2 out. Turner runs. Castellanos takes inside. Severino paid him no mind. And Turner is at third with his second stolen base of the inning. Now, this is what the opposition does against a lot of Mets pitchers. Severino in particular. That's 17 successful in 22 attempts against him this year. The 1-0 pitch. Castellanos lines it softly to first. Caught by Alonso. Side retired. No runs, a hit, 1 left. And at the end of 1, the Mets nothing, the Phillies nothing on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Embrace la cultura this Hispanic Heritage Month and discover new sounds from every corner of Latin music with vibrant performances by Jos Favela, Chucho Valdés, y más. Plus, dive into an exclusive limited engagement channel curated by Latin music icon Carlos Vives. Celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month now through October 15th across SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app. Just search Latino.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines midfield. It's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Catch a brand new season preview show of your favorite team every weeknight until the season starts. Only on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
We go to the second inning here in Philadelphia. The Mets nothing, the Phillies nothing. Mets had Vientos at third, left him there. Phillies had Turner at third, left him stranded. So it'll be Jose Iglesias, J.D. Martinez, and Starling Marte to do the hitting for New York against the lefty from the Dominican Republic, 27-year-old Christopher Sanchez. Bit of a string bean. Tall kid, 6'6". He's just 190 pounds. And those two pitches that he features, the changeup and the sinker, are valuable tools to keep the ball in this ballpark in particular, which has always been a hitter's paradise. The Mets have homered twice against Sanchez this year, and the guy coming up right now, Jose Iglesias, has one of them. The other by Tyrone Taylor, who is not in the starting lineup today. Iglesias, right-hand batter, and Sanchez deals. And clips the inside corner, a called strike, 0-1, starting him off with a changeup. Iglesias might have had the at-bat of the day yesterday. The 0-1 on the way, swing and a miss, 0-2. So maybe he's got Sanchez right where he wants him, because he was 0-2 against Matt Strom yesterday. 7 straight foul balls and then a base hit. 0-2, now the pitch. Swing and a miss. The ball pops out, or was it fouled? I guess it was foul because Iglesias didn't go anywhere. The ball rolled to the left of Real Muto, who took nothing for granted and was scrambling over to pick it up. But eventually, the home plate up, Edwin Moscoso, confirmed that Iglesias got a piece. So it's 0-2. And Sanchez with a right leg kick deals. Swing and a grounder. Third base side, slowly hit, charged by Sosa, throws to first, he throws it away. Iglesias, a big turn around first, he'll go to second, the ball down the right field line and foul ground, picked up and played back in by Stott, and Jose Iglesias is at second with nobody out, and that's what he does for a right-handed hitter. He gets out of the box so quickly, he pressures an infielder to get rid of the ball very quickly, as Sosa did. And Sosa paid the price with a wild throw, and Iglesias is in scoring position.
You can tell Sosa knows he's got to charge, he's got to go quickly, and by the time he gets to this ball, he does as much as he can to put himself in position. I don't think he got the greatest grip on it because he's working so fast, and he throws wide left of his target up the line.
So J.D. Martinez, the batter, and the first pitch to the right-hand hitter, taken for a called strike, 0-1. Martinez did not start yesterday as the DH. Jesse Winker did, but Martinez had an RBI single, a ground ball through the right side in the 8th inning. He goes to the right side here. At least he gets Iglesias over. Mets would like even more. 0-1, now the pitch. Swing and a slow hit roller foul over by the third base dugout. It's 0-2. Starling Marte, the on-deck hitter. And again, the key for the Mets, find some holes here against Sanchez, because so many balls are hit on the ground against him. He had a ground ball to fly ball ratio of 2 2/3 grounders for every ball hit in the air. That is second lowest in the majors. 0-2 the count. Sanchez stares at Iglesias at second. Now the pitch. Martinez takes down and in. 1-2 strikes, the sinker. Christopher Sanchez was an all-star this year. The Phillies picked up a while back from the Tampa Bay Rays and has become a very important part of their rotation. 1-2 to Martinez, outfield straight away. Here's the pitch. Swing and a liner towards right center. It is snagged by the second baseman, Stott. What a catch to rob J.D. Martinez of a base hit and maybe an RBI. He flipped quickly into second, trying to double off Iglesias. May or may not have saved a run in the moment, perhaps even later on in the inning, depending how things might have played out. But what a catch that was by Bryson Stott for the first out.
Remember last night, Bryson Stott glove did him wrong twice. Play at second base on a steal, a line drive to his left. This ball hangs in the air for 1,000,000 years, and he gets there to make the grab.
So here's Marte, first pitch, check swing. He did not go at the sinker off the outside corner, and it is 1-0. Marte, 3 out of 11 in the postseason. He has a homer, 4 out of 11 against Sanchez. Went 0 for 2 yesterday. His arm is fine, having been hit yesterday. The 1-0 hit high in the air to center, right at Rojas, and he makes the catch. Iglesias still at second, 2 men away. And the scoreboard update sponsored by our local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. Later, Padres and Dodgers will play game 2 in L.A. Dodgers won last night 7-5. Coming from behind, Shohei Ohtani hit a 3-run homer. Yu Darvish and Jack Flaherty, the pitchers tonight. American League games tomorrow. So here is Francisco Alvarez. 2 out. Iglesias still at second. No score in the second. First pitch. Swinging a ground ball towards first. Diving stop by Harper. Gets up. Takes it to the bag himself. Side retired. Harper flings the ball into the stands in jubilation as the Phillies flash some leather in the second inning to keep this game scoreless. A hit, an error, and 1 left. Middle of the second. The Mets nothing, the Phillies nothing on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
The bottom of the second is the perfect time to brew up a cup of your favorite Bigelow tea and take a moment just for you. Bigelow tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Jelly Roll. The Beautifully Broken Tour. October 7th, UBS Arena. With Warren Zeiders and Alexandra Kay. Jelly Roll, live, on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit JellyRoll615.com.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your...
Hey you! Yeah, the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We really appreciate you being here. Please help our community grow. Take a minute to click that subscribe button and hit that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, we appreciate it. Cheers, Insiders. Now, please share this link out as much as you can. Send it out to the social boards. Put it up on the social media, on Twitter. Get it out there. Let's bring more baseball fans here into the chat to hang out with us during these playoffs. Really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button as well as hitting that share button. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
Bryson Stott, the other by Bryce Harper, kept the Mets off the board, and so it's the Mets nothing, Phillies nothing, as we go to the bottom half of the second inning. Phillies will have Bryson Stott, JT Realmuto, and Brandon Marsh due up. Severino did strike Bryce Harper out in the first inning. It was the Mets' first strikeout of the game. Sponsored by Berkeley College. Take a swing at your future with one of our certificate or degree programs. Learn more at berkeleycollege.edu. Bryson Stott, the batter. Stott 0 for 3 yesterday. Today's his birthday, by the way. First pitch to the left-hand batter. Popped up foul straight back out of play, and the count 0-1. Stott, 27 years of age today, and already has celebrated with one terrific defensive play, taking a base hit away from J.D. Martinez. Left-hand batter. Bader a few steps the other way in center, and the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss at a sinker. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes on Bryson Stott. Kid out of Las Vegas. If he gets on, he's a threat to run. 6th in the league this year with 32 stolen bases. Remember, the Phillies stole a pair on Severino in the first. The 0-2, and there, strike 3 called. Fastball that I think Stott thought was either up, in, or both. But Stott down on strikes, and that's the second strikeout for Severino. 1 out in the second. JT Realmuto, the batter. And by the way, the other umpires today on the left field line, because there are 6 in postseason games as opposed to 4 during the regular season. Rob Drake is on the left field line, and Andy Fletcher, the umpire on the right field line, and he did not grade well yesterday at all. I think it was 17 blown calls. First pitch to Realmuto, a fastball for a called strike. 17 missed pitches would be the more accurate way to put it. And the count 0-1 to Realmuto.
11 of which were calls that went against the Mets, so a little more than half. Mets didn't like that.
The 0-1 fastball outside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
We've seen Edwin Moscoso so far, a generous couple calls with, again, that drop third strike for Alvarez against Harper, and then that pitch looked up and in to Stott.
Here's the 1-1. Swing on a liner, slicing foul into the seats down the right field line and out of play. And the count 1-2. Well, we've seen some very good home plate umpiring. Alex Tosi recently in the Milwaukee series. You know, kind of one of those under the radar, less experienced umpires. You don't hear his name all that much. He grades out very well, and he was terrific. Ramon De Jesus and Andy Fletcher so far. Ooh. As Lucy Ricardo would say. Here's the 1-2. Reached for and popped foul. Straight back out of play by Realmuto.
It's my kind of analysis that I love so much.
There are so many different ways you can break things down, but ultimately, every once in a while, you just have to simplify it. 1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Severino with a changeup. Picks up his 3rd strikeout. 2 men away. Let's pause for station identification.
This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
You're listening to the National League Division Series on SiriusXM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89.
Brad with you in Philadelphia. 2 out, nobody on. Last of the second. Mets 0, Phillies 0. Here's Brandon Marsh. Check swing at the first pitch and a foul ball going towards the backstop. Hackey sacked away by the on-deck hitter Edmundo Sosa. And the count 0-1 to the former Angels outfielder, who was an outstanding defender in either left or center. The 0-1 pop foul. Third base side might be playable. It is for Vientos. Makes the one-hand catch, and that retires the side. Severino gets the Phillies in order. And at the end of 2, it's the Mets 0, the Phillies 0 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
In a season already plagued with injuries and underachievers, your fantasy football team is faced with yet another obstacle.
The bye weeks are here! The bye weeks are here!
When your star player takes a week off, listen to SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio for winning fantasy football advice.
You got to work the waiver wire. You got to make trades. The draft is just a piece of the puzzle.
Our experts tell you who to play in this time of need.
Now the work really starts.
Your frontline source for fantasy football, Channel 87, and on the...
Cheers, baseball fans. Thank you for hanging out with us during this Division Series MLB postseason matchup. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more baseball fans and sports fans here to the chat to help you cheer on your team. Where are you watching from in the chat? Let us know. Say hi and hit that thumbs up button. We'll be right back to the baseball action. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's have some fun. Let's keep it classy. and good luck to your team. Hope they win and move on to the World Series.
When your star player takes a week off, listen to SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio for winning fantasy football advice.
You got to work the waiver wire. You got to make trades. The draft is just a piece of the puzzle.
Our experts tell you who to play in this time of need.
Now the work really starts.
Your frontline source for fantasy football, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
When this game is over, the Mets will head someplace that I think we all need maps to find, and that is home. The last time the Mets played and were at home, never mind at Citi Field, but just in their own dwellings, 2 weeks ago today, when they left for the ballpark prior to that night's game against the Phillies. Mets actually won that night, beating Zach Wheeler. That was the night of the ball on the bag throw. Ball that Francisco Alvarez threw down to third base. It popped into the air and landed right in Mark Vientos' glove rather than in short left field or somewhere else that would have allowed a run to score. And if you think that might have been some sort of charm or omen, well, the Mets have performed that way since. So they'll try to keep that going in the immediate near term with Harrison Bader leading off the third inning here, Keith.
Bader batting ninth today, so Lindor and Vientos to follow. First pitch to the righty, right down the middle. A fastball from Christopher Sanchez at 95 for strike one. So a playoff start for Harrison Bader in center field. He'd been coming on late as a defensive replacement. 0-1. Down and in with a slider. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tyrone Taylor, who got off to a pretty good start as a hitter in the beginning of the postseason, the offers started to pile up. And Bader last night had a base hit, the 1-1. Floats in there, outside corner changeup, strike 2. Bader had come on as a pinch runner for Alvarez, had scored, and then got an at-bat after that. And Carlos Mendoza liked what he saw, so giving him the start today. 1-2. Tap right back to the mound. Sanchez has got it. Runs halfway to first. Underhands to Harper in time. 1 away. We are coming to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So Mets first time through against Christopher Sanchez. Pick up a couple of base runners. The Vientos double. The Iglesias single in error. But no runs to show for it. So scoreless. Top 3. And back to the top 4. Lindor. Switch hitter batting right. Sosa covering the line at third base. Kicking the pitch from Sanchez. Just missed high and outside with ball 1. Now Lindor struck out his first time. First and only Sanchez strikeout today. And Lindor now 2 for 13 in this playoff run, but a whole lot of walks. 1-0. Missed outside. Another fastball. 2 balls and no strikes. So the way he's been pitched, truly still with the respect that he deserves after a near MVP season this year for Lindor, who was oh so close to a 30-30 season. A little shy on the stolen base number. Finished with 29. 2-0. Fouled back behind home plate. And it's 2-1. And of course the reason for that is he missed the last basically week of the season, or week heading into the last week of the season, with that back that had messed him up so much. But right now he feels good. Calls for time ahead of the 2-1 pitch. Lindor flashing a smile. Looks like he's talking to JT Realmuto. Lindor does have sunglasses on for this at bat. Sanchez in the shadows deals the 2-1. That's lined in the air, left center field. It's a base hit over the shortstop Turner. So a hit for Lindor, who's now 1 for 2, and for the playoffs, 3 for 14. So again, when you take your walks like Lindor has, the hits are just only a matter of time before they start to show up. So 1 on, 1 out, top 3. Mets for the 3rd straight inning against Christopher Sanchez have a base runner. And here's Mark Vientos. And you can get ready for what happens next. Visit MLB.com/tickets to explore 2025 ticket options today. Big hole open to the right side. Lindor leaning. Takes his lead. First pitch. Hit high in the air, right field. Castellanos racing back to the track at the wall. Looks up. It's gone. Mark Vientos Two-run shot to right field over the tall wall. His first postseason home run of his career. 2-0 Mets in the third. Power the other way for Vientos.
Now, think about this now. I mean, we set this stage by telling you how reliable Christopher Sanchez is about keeping the ball down and in this small ballpark. He'd only given up 11 home runs all year. Vientos had been 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts against Sanchez until his first inning double, and now he goes the other way to give the Mets the lead with a home run.
This place is, you can hear the quiet, and if it's not quiet, you can hear some boos from this Philly crowd as Brandon Nimmo calls for time ahead of this at bat. Well, for the Mets, again, part of their identity is not just these late 8th and 9th inning rallies, but the season-long identity was power. That's just the second home run of the playoffs for the Mets. Pitch. Nimmo steers at a breaking ball down and away, missing for ball 1. Again, it's amazing, but that Alonso miraculous home run he hit against Milwaukee was the first, and that's just the second. This is game 5 of the playoffs. 1-0. Breaking ball rolled foul up the first base line. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Both opposite field home runs.
Boy, Vientos, if he gets going against Sanchez, that's good news for him. That's good news for the Mets. One of the best pitchers in the game this year. 1-1. Nimmo bounds it foul down the first base line. A little bit closer to the chalk than the previous foul ball. And it's 1-2. As again, as Howie mentioned with Sanchez, his ability to keep the ball in the ballpark, especially here. That's why Rob Thompson has him pitching this game instead of game 3 in New York. 1-2. Nimmo reaches and taps it foul straight down. And it stays a ball and 2 strikes. But part of that is seeing how a guy does and feels in the environment, and mentioned that in the first inning they had a double, the Mets, and then a single and a base runner on in every inning. And that's kind of part of the stat whip that we read to you every once in a while. Walks and hits per innings pitched. Basically, how much traffic do you deal with? And at home, Sanchez has a whip under 1. On the road, a whip near 2. 1-2 to Nimmo. Down and away with a fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sanchez finds himself pitching basically like he would on the road right here, right now.
Remember, he gave up 2 fly ball outs in the first, 2 balls hit in the air in the second, now the home run.
2-2 to Nimmo. Little ground ball toward third. Sosa charges, gloves, throws on the run, close play, safe. Nimmo beats it out. That's the second infield hit the Mets have had Sosa's way. The first one he threw up the first baseline for an error that put Iglesias at second. This time an infield hit for Nimmo. He stays at first. And with 1 out, here's Pete Alonso. So the Mets have their first 2 runs of the game, sponsored by Sloman's Home Security. Real security powered by real people. Sloman's, the difference is human. Mets ahead in game 2, 2-0, top 3. Here is Pete Alonso. Alonso flew out to center his first time. Lefty set, belt high. Pitch. Just missed high and away, a close slider, but ball 1 to Pete Alonso. Nimmo at first base. Antoine Richardson, who's been such a huge part of the Mets stealing bases this year, and especially for Nimmo with a career high in steals. Talking to Nimmo at first. 1-0 to Alonso. Pitch. Pumped over the inside corner. Sinker at 95. And it's 1-1. And really, when you look at the full base running for the Mets, it's something that, again, it's situational. You have to kind of see it happen before you can acknowledge it. And the Mets have run the bases really, really well since the postseason began. And Antoine Richardson is a part of that. Nimmo bouncing, the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball, tight, down and in. And Alonso swung right over the top. Strike 2. Jose Iglesias is on deck. J.D. Martinez to follow. Pete calls for time. And again, with 2 strikes and 1 out, see what Nimmo does at first base. Maybe see if he gets on the move to try to avoid a potential double play. Turner with his dirty cream jersey is at shortstop. Stott up the middle near second. Sanchez sets, looking at Nimmo, who's bouncing. The hold. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Bread and butter change up. Alonso strikes out, swinging right over the top. 2 down in the 3rd inning. So Sanchez, he's been hit in the mouth here by Vientos on the 2-run homer. Now sees Jose Iglesias. Mets ahead 2-0, top 3. Runner at first base and 2 outs. Iglesias last time up had that little chopper. Sosa, he is ready at third base this time. Iglesias waving that bat, kicking a throw softly over to first, and Nimmo walks back in standing. No tag. Sosa again in there at third today. Who knows if Bohm would have made either play? Probably not. Sosa's a fairly sure-handed defender. Just got beat by 2 slow choppers. But that was a decision today for Rob Thompson. Sosa over Bohm. First pitch down and into Iglesias. Ball 1. And to be honest, for us, road team walking in here, kind of surprised that Rob Thompson did not have Alec Bohm in there. He'd been struggling and scuffling offensively, and maybe carrying that over with some poor body language into the dugout. Rob Thompson said he just wants more energy with Sosa instead of Bohm. The 1-0. Iglesias takes all the way and takes high. 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, this is a guy who won up to try to extend the pitcher's count. He's already, pitch count. He's already at 46. Now, that's average when he's out of the inning. But they would love to get into that Phillies bullpen on the early side tonight. More nights than most.
2-0 coming. Right down the middle. A fastball. Strike, and it's 2-1 on Iglesias.
And I say that, Keith, because of the heat that's on this Phillies team now. They used their back-end guys yesterday. Their long guys haven't pitched in a week. Plus,
Nimmo leads at first, 2 outs, 2-0 Mets. The set. Runner bluffs, 2-1, right down the middle. Iglesias takes. That was the sinker at 93, and it's 2-2. Nimmo's been bouncing and dancing, jumping, bluffing. He's done everything but go. Infield back. He's bouncing again. 2-2 on Iglesias. Towels waving. Pitch. Pulled foul over near the camera well down the third baseline. It stays 2-2. For Sanchez as well, this is his first home playoff start of his career. So, again, you think about the year he's put together and how masterful he's been. But playoffs, a little different kind of pressure. He is set third base side of the rubber. Nimmo bouncing in first. A throw over there, and he dives back in safely. A high throw, and Harper didn't even bother to put a tag down on Nimmo. That's the second disengagement. So 1 more, and he's got to pick up an out. 2-2 on Iglesias. Sanchez a deep breath. Now the pitch. Bouncing ball hit foul down third, right between Mike Sarbaugh, third base coach, and that third base chalk. And still 2 balls and 2 strikes.
50 pitches already for Sanchez.
Yesterday, when the Phillies went to their bullpen ahead 1-0, they used Jeff Hoffman, Matt Strom, and Orion Kerkering. None of them performed well. Sanchez set at the belt. 2-2 again. Swing and a miss. Right over the top of it. Changeup. Back-to-back strikeouts for Sanchez to end the inning. But an inning that began with a blast. 2-run homer for Mark Vientos. The Mets lead the Phillies 2-0 middle of 3 in Game 2 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets! Pat McCarthy here, and I'd like to tell you about my alma mater, the College of New Jersey. At TCNJ, you get the best of both worlds. A top-notch education at a public college price point. TCNJ's faculty are partners in their students' success with courses that are more immersive and that offer transformational learning experiences along the way. That's higher education elevated. Come see for yourself what makes TCNJ so special. Learn more and register for an open house at tcnj.edu.
New York Community Bank is now Flagstar Bank. We're the same friendly faces, same great service, and same local branches. Only now we have an all-new name, all-new look, and even more banking solutions. Flagstar Bank. Let's align the stars. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Come home to SNY.
Lot to get to here on our postgame show.
As our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Postgame Live. Tonight, immediately after the Mets-Phillies NLDS game, only on SNY.
The Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot are in a league of their own when it comes to rugged capability. Their relentless power and versatility make these vehicles the ultimate challenge.
Hey sports fans, we've made it to the Division Series. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Please take a moment to check the link that is pinned in the chat. It is our Sick Kids Fall Drive campaign link. We are raising money for Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. It is near and dear to my heart, as I wouldn't be alive today if it was not for that hospital there in Toronto. So please Click that link, check it out, send a donation in if you can to support this awesome channel and this awesome community of Toronto sports fans that we have here, bringing you all of the MLB playoff games. Thanks again for being here. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team, and let's make a difference in the community.
Iced tea made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshingly smooth and easy to drink. Crack one open and let the good times cruise. Now, Mets feeling good for at least the moment. They have a 2-0 lead here in Game 2, which is a huge, pivotal second game. Mets win this one. They go up 2-0, looking for just one more win to close it out. And, of course, 2 games in Queens, staring at Philadelphia. So think of the good push that is for the Mets to play with just a little bit of house money today after winning yesterday.
Or don't use that phrase to them. They don't want to hear it.
But the Phillies, they're feeling the heat to win this game. Of course, they were basically the Mets 2 years ago and flip roles. Anyway, here's Edmundo Sosa leading off against Severino. First pitch, the righty pours in a fastball for strike one. Sosa, Rojas, Schwarber go 8, 9, and 1 as Severino finishes his first turn through the order. Here's the 0-1 to the righty. Sosa slams it foul to the right, deep down the line, and the count 0-2. And right now, as the Phillies are up, these fans are sitting. And yesterday, very early in the game, in the playoffs, especially that lower bowl here at the bank, everybody was standing for a couple of innings. But as soon as the Phillies lost yesterday, and they had a 1-0 lead for 7 innings behind an incredible start by Zach Wheeler, but then ended up coughing it up. There's been a lot of finger pointing in this town in the last 12 hours. 0-2. Sosa flails and misses, got him with a sweeper. 4th strikeout for Severino. And still, it stays quiet here in Philly. 1 out, bottom 3, bases clear. Here's the 9-man, Johan Rojas. Yesterday was 0 for 2 with a walk. And, of course, part of the finger pointing for the Phillies fans, at least, is, well, where was the offense? So where was the bullpen? Or where was this and where was that yesterday? First pitch, Rojas pops a bunt up toward first. Here comes Alonso, but it lands foul. And it turns out it's Severino running off the mound toward the first base dugout was the closest. But the ball dropped right in the middle of that postseason logo, the blue logo painted in the green grass.
Thankfully, just far enough away from him as he moved forward so that he didn't have any realistic thoughts, I would imagine, of trying to dive for it. They just didn't need that.
Severino is now walking behind the mound, hands on his hips. I don't know if he needs the oxygen tank, but he is, for the moment, out of breath, which is not good when your job is to use every breath you have to throw 97 miles an hour. 0-1 on Rojas. Pitch. Slammed in the air. Left center field. High. Hanging up there. Nimmo coming in, but it drops. A base hit. Right off the end of the bat from Rojas. Didn't hit it hard. Lofted it up there. Right between Bader and Nimmo. Maybe closer to Nimmo, who, reading it, sprinted in but couldn't get to it. So a 1-out hit for Rojas.
Yes, Kyle Schwarber's got enormous power. He's the next hitter. But Rojas is an automatic threat to run. And Trey Turner stole 2 bases in the first inning on Severino. So it would not be surprising at all to see Rojas in motion here.
Mets 2, Phillies nothing. Bottom 3. Pitch to Schwarber. Check swing foul into the glove of the catcher. Strike 1. Now again, this half inning for Severino is huge. This is the shutdown inning. Just got the lead. Looking for a quick 0. Philadelphia, again, feeling the pressure. They have their big guys up with Turner on deck. The infield back around to the right. A throw to first, close, safe. And Alonso takes a peer from the umpire at first toward the third base dugout at Carlos Mendoza. That was very close on the pickoff attempt at first. Rojas went in diving, hands first. Carlos Mendoza still looking, hasn't given a signal yet.
His head's moving back and forth.
He's not going to challenge. Remember, yesterday the Mets challenged very early a potential pickoff at first base at Trey Turner. Everybody who saw that replay thought Turner was out, but the umpires did not. 0-1. Pumped in there at the knees. Strike 2 on Schwarber. 98 on the gun from Severino.
Looking at the replay I just saw, I think there was a chance he might have had him, but remember, you do get the 2 challenges in the postseason, but I guess this early after what happened yesterday, they didn't want to do it again or risk it again.
Alonso holding on Rojas. 1 out, 1 on, 0-2. A throw over there again, and Rojas back in a little better this time.
So there's 2 now.
So now on 0-2, Rojas may look to go. Severino so far has used a lot of soft stuff for the strikeouts, but also of the 4 strikeouts, 2 on the breaking balls, 2 on the fastballs. Not a great pitch to run on. Lindor right up the middle behind second. Severino set. 0-2, runner breaks, pitch is cracked in the air to right. Marte going back to the track, slowing down, makes the catch in front of the wall, fires toward first. Rojas retreating, the throw bounces away from Alonso, gets away near the third base dugout, and Rojas gets up and sprints to second, where Alvarez picks it up and runs over to third. All of that for a fly out to right, and Rojas does eventually get to second base on what will be a throwing error. But even Rojas puts his hands on his knees and now sits into a squat at second base. That was the shuttle race in gym class right there for him, going back and forth and back and forth. So Rojas, who was moving again on the pitch, rounded second. And as Marte caught that ball, and here comes Jeremy Hefner, might just to slow down Severino's heartbeat.
Good trip here.
Rojas turned around second base, not very much, but as he went back to first because Marte caught it, he did retouch second base. So he did everything he needed to. Schwarber on that replay of the fastball down and in just missed it. And we know when he misses it because we saw when he got one yesterday, second deck in right field. So we'll see if they put this. I would have figured since Alonso tried to field on the hop, maybe a throwing error from
Yeah,
Marte.
they gave it to Marte.
So an E9 does eventually move Rojas to second base. So again, a little chaotic, but for Severino, all of a sudden staring down the barrel of just 1 out, and he's through this inning. But again, not an easy set of hitters here. He did just get Schwarber, and now Turner, who hit a broken back ground ball, base hit his first time. 2-0 Mets, bottom 3, runner at second, pitch. Swing and a miss at that sweeper, fading away from Turner's bat. 0-1. Bryce Harper, who has been a nemesis for Severino individually, is on deck. Rojas, good lead. Running for third, pitch taken low, no throw to third, he dives in safely. That's the second time that the Phillies have stolen third on Severino. It's also the third stolen base of the game against Severino. They're 3 for 3. Pitch missed, so 1-1 on Turner. Severino has faced this situation before. The 1-1. Flied in the air softly, shallow right. Iglesias backpedaling out from second, makes the catch, side retired. Once again, Severino dealing with the runner at third, gets out of it, flicks away Rojas. And we go to the 4th at Citizens Bank Park. 2-0 Met lead over Philadelphia on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Share magical moments with your little ones on Disney Junior Radio. From the sky.
It's time to fly with Tots.
To the sea.
Come with me!
To the clubhouse.
Come inside, it's fun inside.
And wherever else the world takes you.
Let's go!
Disney Junior Radio, a new Sirius XM channel.
Hot dog!
The magic begins exclusively in the Sirius XM app. Search Disney.
While you're listening to this game on Sirius XM, we're talking about the latest odds and...
Hey, you. Yeah, the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We really appreciate you being here. Please help our community grow. Take a minute to click that subscribe button and hit that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, we appreciate it. Cheers, Insiders. Now, please share this link out as much as you can. Send it out to the social boards. Put it up on the social media, on Twitter. Get it out there. Let's bring more baseball fans here into the chat to hang out with us during these playoffs. Really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button as well as hitting that share button. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
9 and on the SiriusXM app.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Mets fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Mets.
When it comes to heating efficiency, Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters are in a league of their own. So go to peerlessboilers.com for more info, and remember, Peerless Boilers are the world's best built boilers. Let's pause 10 seconds. Station ID.
This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
You're listening to the National League Division Series on Sirius XM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89.
2-0 as we go to the top of the fourth inning alongside Howie Rose. My name is Keith Radd. Citizens Bank Park. Shadows pushing from the third base side toward that sun splash triple-decker spot in right field. Marte is in the sun in right, and so is Nick Castellanos for the Phillies. Center fielders right now are somewhere between the shadows and the sun as those little stripes head toward the wall. Mets head to the plate here with J.D. Martinez leading off. First pitch from Sanchez. Right down the middle of fastball. 94-mile-an-hour heater for strike one. Martinez, Marte, Alvarez. Here goes 6, 7, 8 against the tall, slender lefty, Christopher Sanchez. The windup and the 0-1. Just missed outside. Another fastball. 1-1 on Martinez, who popped softly to shallow center his first time. That was the running play that Bryson Stott made going out from second base. That was a great play at the time. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Change up down. That's 1-2. At that moment, the Mets had really a gift. They picked up an infield hit and then an error to put a runner at second. So a runner in scoring position, and Martinez almost dunked one in. The 1-2. Hit him, I think, down and in, or it took his feet out at least. Martinez drops to the floor. He hit the ground there, but it didn't hit him, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's the old Western there. Let me see you dance. When they shoot at your feet. Martinez had to skip rope.
It's a little less limber, he'd be on first base.
Too good at getting out of the way of that. 2-2 on him. Sanchez winds, leans back, and fires. Slash foul to the right. And it stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Martinez yesterday after the game on the field talking to reporters basically said what we're all thinking is basically this is the craziest team he's ever been a part of with how the Mets have played this last week especially. 2-2, grounded toward third. Sosa fields 2 hops, sets, fires across, and gets Martinez for the first out. And again, just this last week, since the start of that Atlanta doubleheader where the Mets eventually clinched, they're looking at 18 runs from the 8th inning on in the last 6 games. And the first 7 of all those 6 games, they scored just 11. So they can't even believe some of the late rallies that they have put together here against the Braves, Brewers, and now Phillies. Pitch to Marte, right down the middle, a fastball strike, 0-1. Mets ahead 2-0 on a Mark Vientos opposite field 2-run shot. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Base is clear for Marte. Corners in a pinch. Middle infielders are back. Here's the 0-1. Soft swing and a miss and a changeup away. 0-2. 4th inning is sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. To donate your car today. Just 3 strikeouts for Sanchez. Into the windup. High kick. 1-2. Just missed in. Turned it up a little bit hotter there with 96. And now the count is officially 1-2 on Marte. Starling light out to center field his first time. Good piece of hitting, but right at Rojas. Pitch. Bounce foul into the camera well down the first base line, and it stays 1-2. Now Marte has been here before. It's the playoffs with the Mets 2 years ago, but this is the 6th time he's been in the playoffs. Let's have a couple guys like that, just like J.D. Martinez who grounded out. Here's the 1-2. Missed inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A couple of years there where Marte was at the beginning of his career, about 10 or 12 years ago in Pittsburgh. Made it every year for about 3 years. Pittsburgh didn't go very far in some of those. But Marte was there. 2-2. Hit down the third base line, just foul. Right off the end of the bat. Just outside the chalk. Sosa was trying to move it to his right to flag it down, but it did go foul. And it stays 2-2 on Marte. Marte's been here with Pittsburgh. COVID year with Miami, 2nd year with the Mets. 2-2 from Sanchez. Swing and a miss. Flailing at the changeup. Down and away. 4th strikeout for Sanchez. 2 down in this 4th inning. And here's Alvarez. Scoreboard update brought to you by the New York Lottery. Play the new scratch-off games for your chance to win. Gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. One other game in baseball today. That is also the National League Division Series in L.A. Padres and Dodgers coming up at 8:03 Eastern. Pitch to Alvarez. Swing and a miss. And a zippy 96-mile-an-hour fastball by his bat. 0-1. Dodgers won last night 7-5, so L.A. has a 1-0 series lead in the best of 5. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Heater away. 0-2. So Sanchez, since the home run to Vientos, then an infield hit to Nimmo, has retired 4 straight, including 3 strikeouts. Working downhill just a little bit. Alvarez calls for time. Fans here in Philly getting up on their feet. About half of them waving those red towels overhead. 0-2 to Alvarez. Swing and a miss. Fastball away. A 1-2-3 inning for Christopher Sanchez. And we go to the bottom of the 4th in Philadelphia. Mets up 2-0 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets! Here comes the pitch. Foul ball.
For all your home improvement needs, windows, doors, siding, or roofing, visit Unified.
Cheers, baseball fans. Thank you for hanging out with us during this Division Series MLB postseason matchup. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more baseball fans and sports fans here to the chat to help you cheer on your team. Where are you watching from in the chat? Let us know. Say hi and hit that thumbs up button. We'll be right back to the baseball action. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's have some fun. Let's keep it classy. And good luck to your team. Hope they win and move on to the World Series.
Deal on Michelin cross-climate tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Pat McCarthy here, and I'd like to tell you about my alma mater, the College of New Jersey. At TCNJ, you get the best of both worlds. A top-notch education at a public college price point. TCNJ's faculty are partners in their students' success with courses that are more immersive and that offer transformational learning experiences along the way. That's higher education elevated. Come see for yourself what makes TCNJ so special. Learn more and register for an open house at tcnj.edu.
Here comes the pitch. Foul ball.
For all your home improvement needs, windows, doors, siding, or roofing, visit unifiedwindows.com or call 888-631-2131.
Luis Severino back out to the mound. Bottom of the 4th inning in Philadelphia. The Mets lead the Phillies 2-0. Mets won yesterday 6-2. So they have a 1-0 lead in this best of 5 that pivots to Citi Field starting on Tuesday. That is a 5 o'clock start on Tuesday, and that might be a game where the Mets could clinch this series. Of course, it's a little early for that. I'm just setting the table, Howie. Every once in a while, you got to put the salad plate out, the dessert plate, and I know you want to get to the dessert now, but appetizer, then entree. We'll make our way there, but you have to put the plate out. You have to float out the idea that chocolate cake.
Yeah, but if you put it out too early, it all gets cold. That's the point.
Now here's Bryce Harper.
Kids today.
Always love to face Bryce Harper with nobody on base, and that's what happens when you lead off an inning. So the first pitch from Severino to Harper. Breaking ball missed down. Check swing and appeal to third, but Carlos Torres, the umpire, says no swing. That was a sweeper from Severino. Just his 36th pitch of the afternoon. He's ahead of schedule. The 1-0. Missed high. Fastball. 2 balls and no strikes. Severino, just like this year, he has had different ways of getting outs today. 4 strikeouts, so the strikeout there when he needs it. And a lot of contact outs, which is what has changed about him this year. 2-0. Pumped across the inside corner. 96-mile-an-hour sinker. And it's 2-1. And that 96-mile-an-hour heater is sponsored by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum. Infield back around to the right. Here's the 2-1. Harper slams it high in the air, down the left field line, twisting and slicing foul toward that pole and away from the pole into the crowd. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There at Citizens Bank Park, it's 329 to that pole down the left field line, 330 to the pole down the right field line. All kinds of other wacky dimensions out in left center. 2-2. Swing and a miss. High heat. 97 up to sit him down. Harper strikes out for the second time against Severino. And that's a matchup that, is how he pointed out that first at bat, Harper won it big time, twice in fact, homering against Severino in that last regular season series where the Mets came here. Of course, they finish up the regular season, Mets and Phillies, that matchup at Citi Field. 2-0 Mets, bottom 4. Bases clear for Castellanos. Pitch, swing and a miss, went golfing for the sweeper, and it's 0-1. Well, so far for Philadelphia, a broken bat single and a soft floating single off the bat of Johan Rojas. So when the Phillies have made contact, it's either an out or weak contact to get on. Infield back, the 0-1. Swing and a miss again, and a pitch darting down and away, and it's 0-2. And they ain't waving any towels right now. This is a crowd that is starting to get a little bit restless here in this building, watching a Phillies team that they saw win 95 games and win the NL East. Coming up a little empty here against Severino. 0-2. Bounces up there. Is that a little bit of a Bronx cheer, if you will? They are cheering because Castellanos finally took a ball in the dirt after swinging it 2. 1-2 on him here with Bryson Stott to follow. Bases clear, 1 out, 2-0 Mets in the bottom of the 4th. Severino rocks and deals the 1-2. Little tapper left side. Lindor charges, reaches down to pick it up, throws on the run in time. Castellanos retired. 2 down. Well, this town is not feeling it right now. Severino, though, is. Again, just 2 over the minimum. And he's working on this order second time through, which is usually, again, adjustment time for any lineup. And so starting out of the gate here, he has retired Schwarber, Turner, Harper, and Castellanos. And here's Bryson Stott. Again, as Howie mentioned, is celebrating his 27th birthday. Infield back, Vientos in. First pitch, down and in with ball 1. It is a Sunday here in Philadelphia, and usually they are checking in on the Eagles, who are on a bye week this week, or else this town would have exploded. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Missed high and away. 2 balls and no strikes. It's actually 2 years ago when the Phillies made the World Series against the Astros. They played in primetime Game 5 of the World Series the same night the Eagles and the Texans played. Prime time. Same times. 2-0. That's line to the right side. Base hit past the diving Alonso. Going into right field. Marte Fields spins and fires in quickly, holding Stott to a single. So Severino fell behind 2-0. Laid one over the middle, and Stott with the best hit of the day for Philadelphia. That is the 3rd hit, but again, the most well struck.
And another stolen base threat. So again, you have to consider the strong possibility that at some point here, Stott takes off. 32 stolen bases during the regular season, 6th most in the National League.
Mets 2, Phillies nothing. Bottom of the 4th. Runner at first, 2 outs for JT Realmuto, a right-handed hitter. Pitch. Strike over the outside corner, a changeup. 0-1 on Realmuto, who struck out on a changeup his first time. 5 strikeouts for Severino. Again, the pitch count is in great shape. He's at 48. And he's dealt with pressure really in every inning except for the 2nd inning. He holds a set, deals, down and out, missed with a breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. I'll just finish that idea that the spot where the Eagles play is basically in a shared parking lot. It's where the Flyers play, the Eagles play, and the Phillies all in one area. This place was Mom that day 2 years ago. 1-1. Down and away, backhand pick off the dirt by Alvarez behind the plate. What a play. That ball gets by. Stott is at second base standing. But Alvarez, who every once in a while is sitting down in that crouch behind home plate, one leg extended out either to the right or the left, still managed to block the ball. 2-1 on Realmuto. Stott off first. Stott breaks, pitch coming, taken for a strike, throw down to second, is on time. He is out. Alvarez throws out Stott. Great tag by Iglesias, getting him on the leg as Stott tried to dive in head first. Inning over. no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and thanks to Alvarez, nobody left. 5th inning is next in Philly. 2-0 Mets on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
For the first time since being named head coach of the U.S. men's national team, Mauricio Pochettino sat down with SiriusXM FC's Ray Hudson and Charlie Stilitano.
We are going to walk to the 2026 World Cup with the idea to win. We are the first that we need to believe and to dream big. I think in football, if you are not capable to dream, it's impossible to achieve good things.
To hear the full interview with the new national team head coach, listen on the SiriusXM app. Just search.
Hey you! Yeah, the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We really appreciate you being here. Please help our community grow. Take a minute to click that subscribe button and hit that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, we appreciate it. Cheers, Insiders. Now, please share this link out as much as you can. Send it out to the social boards. Put it up on the social media, on Twitter. Get it out there. Let's bring more baseball fans here into the chat to hang out with us during these playoffs. Really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button as well as hitting that share button. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
Hear me right now? You've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Mets fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Mets.
This game stays 2-0 Mets lead over Philadelphia as we go to the 5th inning, and part of that reason that Luis Severino is thrown four scoreless, the play that Alvarez just made, throwing out Bryson Stott, one of the best to steal bases in the National League this year. That was the textbook play of the game, brought to you by Malloy University. At Malloy, you'll think about your future in a new way. And right now, the Mets are just loving what they're thinking about for their present here, Howie. They're up 2-0 going to the 5th.
And they will have Harrison Bader, Francisco Lindor, and Mark Vientos to do the hitting against Christopher Sanchez. And right now, the issue of the sun affecting the hitters is just about over with. The only place you see a lot of bright sunshine, save for a patch out in right field, in deep right field, is in the greenery behind the center field fence. Still could be an issue. Bader, a right-hand batter. The first pitch is a breaking ball taken high for ball one. So that is 68 pitches now thrown by Sanchez, which is a little bit high at this stage of the game. And the 1-0 on the way to Bader. Swing and a miss way out in front there of a changeup. And it's 1-1. Bader hit back to the mound his last time up. He has been in a deep batting slump. The 1-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. Another changeup. It's 1-2. Bader yesterday came on in the 8th inning as a pinch runner and had a base hit in the 9th inning, but that's just 11 hits, including today now, and 87 at-bats for Bader. Tyrone Taylor's been getting most of the time in center field. Here's the 1-2. Swing on a chopper towards first, waiting on it, Harper. It is a foul ball right along the line, and Harper kind of tilts his head backwards, thinking that might have been a fair ball, and that close and in front of the umpire at first. It is not reviewable. It's just what it's called, a foul ball, and the count 1-2.
It did bounce outside of the foul line in foul territory right before it got into Harper's glove.
1-2. Now the pitch to Bader. Swing on a chopper, rolling foul. The ball hit Bader in the foot and rolls all the way out towards Sosa at third. 5th inning is sponsored by ELEC 825, building our future. That's about hit the Phillies 5-3 to this point. Sosa deep at third now with a 1-2 count. The pitch to Bader. Swing and a number off the end of the bat foul. He had him reaching for that changeup. And that generally is going to be a better pitch for Sanchez to right-handers than to left-handers. Right-handers did hit a little bit higher than the lefties against him. The 1-2 swung on and fouled back to the screen. So another example of a Mets hitter behind in the count, fouling some balls off and making Sanchez work that much harder. Lefties hit 247, righties 261 against him, so really no significant difference there. Sanchez ready, the 1-2 to Bader. Swing and another foul back to the screen. That was a center cut fastball at 97. Well, Bader fouled it back, but that keeps that pitch count rising. It's at 75 now. Ideally, you'd like your starting pitcher to be done with 5 at 75. He's starting the 5th. The 1-2 to Bader. Swing on a fly ball, shallow hit, left field. Marsh coming in. Back goes the shortstop, Turner, and he makes the catch for the first out.
So still some sort of a win plate appearance for the Mets. That was a 9-pitch at bat. And again, that just shoots the pitch count up, even though Bader ends up flying out.
Yep, every pitch counts. And just looking into that Philadelphia bullpen, somebody's standing there. I'm not sure if he's getting ready to throw or not. Francisco Lindor, the batter. And the first pitch on the way, a swing and a miss at the changeup. And the count 0-1. Francisco has struck out, singled and scored. Vientos, who homered to bring Lindor home ahead of him, is waiting on deck. 2-0 Mets. 1 out, nobody on, top 5. Now Sanchez to the belt from the third base side of the rubber. Kicks and delivers. And a foul ball going to the backstop. And again, he had Lindor reaching for the change. Not getting much contact. And quickly, it's 0-2 to Francisco. 3 out of 14 in the postseason. 0-2. Here's the pitch. Down and in with a slider. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Not a pitch you see a whole lot from Sanchez. Outfield straightaway. And the 1-2 pitch. Swing on a slow hit chopper up the third baseline along the grass. It's kicking, it's rolling, and hugs the chalk and is slapped foul, evidently, at the very last second by Sosa, the third baseman. That ball started on the grass, but you could tell even from back here behind home plate, we're about halfway up in this ballpark, the spin was going to push it towards the line. But when it got to the line, it kind of hugged the chalk for a moment and finally just kicked foul, and Sosa made sure of it.
As soon as there was daylight between the ball and the chalk foul, Sosa whacked it away as fast as humanly possible.
So 1-2 the count. As Lindor settles back in. Sosa a little closer to the line now against Lindor. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a bouncer towards first, reaching up to grab it. Harper hustles to the bag in time to beat Lindor. And there are 2 men away. And we're coming to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. So 2 out, nobody on for Vientos. Again, Vientos came into this game having seen Sanchez a couple of times this year. 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts. But so far today, a double to right field and a 2-run homer to right field. That's why the Mets are up 2-0. First pitch, taken low, 1-0. Speaking of right field, whereas there was a patch of bright sunshine there, that's just about gone too. So virtually the entire field now is finally shaded. The 1-0, swing and a miss, and a pitch out away, a sinker, and the count 1-1. Brandon Nimmo, the on-deck batter. And Vientos calls time. Save for one very late regular season slump. Vientos was consistent once he got into the lineup regularly. The 1-1 taken down and in, 2 balls and 1 strike. As surprising as it is encouraging, because young hitters, when they start to have success, draw the attention of the pitchers around the league, and they make adjustments, but then so did Vientos. The 2-1 taken low, 3-1. I think one of the biggest adjustments, and we saw one right there, a great take. We saw one from him yesterday, too, on an 0-2 pitch to the outside edge that he spit on. Jose Ruiz, right-hander, throwing in the Phillies bullpen now. 3-1. Here's the pitch to Vientos. It's in for a called strike, a full count, slider there from Sanchez. Saw some, and now many, and the sellout crowd here in Philadelphia come to their feet, waving their red towels. The payoff pitch to Vientos. Off the outside corner, ball 4. And that plate appearance, at least in my opinion, is as big a reason for why he's been able to stay, if not completely slump-proof, than way advanced from where he was as a hitter when he became an everyday player in May. His chase rate is way down from what it was, despite the fact that he still strikes out a lot. That was a great at-bat by Vientos. It gives Nimmo a chance now with 2 out.
You could just see that mentally his plan looks to change. Certain pitches he doesn't want, certain sections of the zone he doesn't want, and he commands it.
So here is Nimmo. First Mets walk of the game, brought to you by Total Orthopedics. The experts are getting you back to being you. Nimmo has flied to center and reached on an infield hit. Vientos not a threat to run. Nimmo lefty on lefty here. First pitch, swinging a liner to first, caught by a diving Harper, side retired. A scorcher, and Bryce Harper has made several excellent defensive plays at first base, and the Mets are done in the 5th. No runs, no hits, a walk, 1 left, middle of the 5th inning. The Mets 2, the Phillies nothing on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Bigelow Tea can make the second half of this game even better than the first. Hot or over ice, take a moment just for you. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Come home to SNY.
Lot to get to here on our postgame show.
As our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Postgame Live. Tonight, immediately after the Mets-Phillies NLDS game, only on SNY.
It's the perfect time to replace your boiler and water heater with a new Peerless Boiler and Pavilion Tankless Water Heater. Visit peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you.
Diving for that grounder got you grounded? Oof. We've got specialists for that. Coaching Little League leave you in big league pain? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience so you can feel better, faster. Long Island's premier orthopedic group with offices open 7 days a week. Orland & Cohen is now in Kew Gardens, too. Visit orlandcohen.com.
In life, a curveball can be thrown at any moment, and you need a team that knows how to hit it out of the park. The Rothenberg Law Firm has been crushing curveballs, sliders, and fastballs for more than 50 years. We're a team of personal injury lawyers with billions recovered for our clients, because every setback deserves a major comeback. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888, or visit injurylawyer.com.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. Injurylawyer.com.
Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors. For a whole new way to nug, it's gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
When it's game time, it's Tully time. Next time the Mets are home, check out the famous Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey Bar in center field, where you can grab a game time mule and try the brand new Tullamore Dew Honey and the Honey Surfer cocktail. Tullamore Dew, official Irish whiskey of the New York Mets. Please enjoy responsibly. Last of the 5th inning here in Philadelphia. Mets 2, Phillies nothing. Bryce Harper's had a lot to do with making sure it's been no worse than that. I'm not suggesting necessarily that he not come up with that line drive off the bat of Brandon Nimmo, and the Mets would have had a run. I don't know that that ball would have reached the right field corner before Castellanos might have gotten to it. And Mark Vientos, running from first, is a relatively slow runner, but he made that play. And Harper made another terrific play with a runner at second base and 2 out in the 3rd to take a hit away from Alvarez. So here's Real Muto, right-hand batter, takes the first pitch, called strike, 0-1. Real Muto was at the plate when Bryson Stott was thrown out, trying to steal second for the last out of the 4th inning. Real Muto struck out his first time. And the 0-1 pitch popped up foul, straight back out of play. And it's 0-2. Mets baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact a dealer for a great deal today or visit tryhondadealers.com. Real Muto, Marsh, and Sosa due up for the Phillies here on the bottom of the 5th inning. Severino at 52 pitches. That's below average at this point. And the 0-2 on the way. Fastball outside, 1-2. I guess the better way to put that would be having thrown fewer than the average number of pitches. It's actually above average in terms of the performance relative to pitch count, but whatever. The 1-2 bounced foul off the foot of Real Muto. I got faith in you. You can figure it out.
Whatever he's doing, it's working.
Yeah, exactly. As opposed to the old Art Fowler, Billy Martin's pitching coach line when he goes to the mound and says, I don't know what it was you're doing, but it sure is ticking Billy off, so cut it out. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Severino gets him with a cutter. And that's the 6th strikeout for Luis Severino.
Well, part of a good pitch count, too, is the ability to get ahead. Strike 1, right? Get in the driver's seat, do what you want to do. It's hard to do that, though, against this Phillies team. I was talking to Carlos Mendoza about it. They're so aggressive. They'll jump you. And as he told me, you can't lay an 0-0 cookie down the middle. But Severino's done that a couple of times to get ahead.
Well, here's Brandon Marsh, left-hand batter. First pitch is a changeup that's high. 1 ball and no strikes. Marsh fouled out to third his first time. Vientos is even with a bag at third. Left-hand batter. And the 1-0, Marsh fouls that fastball back to the screen. That one right at the top of the zone towards the outer part of the plate. And the count 1-1. Mentioned that Ruiz had been throwing in the Phillies bullpen. I believe he still is. There's somebody up there now. I believe that's Ruiz. 1-1 the count, which means that Sanchez might well be done. The 1-1 hit high in the air to right center field. Playable for Marte. Makes the one-hand catch. 2 men away. So they had Marsh out in front of a changeup. Edmundo Sosa will be next. Phillies have had 3 hits in this game. Single by Turner, single by Rojas, and a single by Scott. Turner would steal second and third in the first inning. Rojas stole a base. Stott was thrown out trying to steal. So now Sosa. Right-hand batter, check swing, no swing, according to Doug Eddings at first. And the count 1-0 on the 28-year-old out of Panama. Edmundo Sosa, formerly with the St. Louis Cardinals. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a foul. Roller off to the left of home plate. And the count 1-1. Lights are on at Citizens Bank Park. They haven't taken full effect because there's still plenty of daylight. And not a cloud to be found. Here's the 1-1. Missed on the inside part of the plate, or off the inside part with a changeup. And it's 2-1 to Sosa, playing in place of Alec Bohm, simply benched for this one. 4 now. The 2-1 fastball to the knees, a called strike 2-2. Remember, Bohm had a hand injury, actually came off the IL against the Mets late in the season when they were here. But manager Rob Thompson says Bohm is fine. It's got nothing to do with a hand. As Keith said, he wants more energy. Here's the 2-2. Pulled on the ground towards third. Backhanded by Vientos near the bag. Slings it over to first in time. Side retired. He got a lot on that sidearm throw as he was moving away from the target. And the Phillies go in order. At the end of 5, the Mets 2, the Phillies nothing. On Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Hi, this is Will Arnett from Smartless, a podcast I do with my pals Sean Hayes and Jason Bateman, with special guests from Howard Stern, Trevor Noah, David Beckham, Kelly Clarkson, to a few presidents. It's an unscripted, unrehearsed, but hopefully not unprepared podcast. We'll cover topics like doing limbo for self-esteem, skydiving hungover to world affairs. And now, you can hear every new episode a full week early on the SiriusXM app. Just search Smartless to join the fun.
The new basketball season is around the corner, and SiriusXM NBA Radio is getting you ready by talking to the biggest stars in the game.
Joined now by Giannis Antetokounmpo. I want to be able to have a shot at winning it all.
Starting Monday night, hear a different team's preview show.
We've got Kevin Durant sitting down with us.
Championship is always the goal.
NBA Radio season preview shows every weeknight until the season starts. Only on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And for any interviews or previews you missed, hear them on the SiriusXM app.
For the first time since being named head coach of the U.S. men's national team, Mauricio Pochettino sat down with SiriusXM FC's Ray Hudson and Charlie Stilitano.
We are going to work to the 2026 World Cup with the idea to win. We are the first that we need to believe and to dream big. I think in football, if you are not capable to dream, it's impossible to achieve good things.
To hear the full interview with the new national team head coach, listen on the SiriusXM app. Just search FC.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on Sirius.
Cheers, baseball fans. Thank you for hanging out with us during this Division Series MLB postseason matchup. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more baseball fans and sports fans here to the chat to help you cheer on your team. Where are you watching from in the chat? Let us know. Say hi and hit that thumbs up button. We'll be right back to the baseball action. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's have some fun. Let's keep it classy. And good luck to your team. Hope they win and move on to the World Series.
Iglesias and Martinez to face Ruiz, powered by 10-to-1 Rum. Elevate your game day experience with 10-to-1 Rum's lineup of Mets-inspired cocktails. 10-to-1 Rum, a proud partner of the New York Mets. So Sanchez went 5, he pitched reasonably well, but gave up that 2-run homer to Vientos. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs earned, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, and 1 home run allowed. And now Pete Alonso will be the first man up, so they go from the lefty to the right-handed pitcher, and the first pitch taken low, ball 1. Iglesias and then Martinez. Martinez has the bat in his hands and the helmet on in the dugout, in case you're wondering about a lefty-righty move. The 1-0 taken for a called strike, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike now on Alonso, who is flied to center and struck out. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. The curveball there from Ruiz, and the count 1-2.
It's the pitch he throws more often than anything. 41% curves. Everything else, that's usually hard, but a lot of top-down curveballs.
Former White Sox. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Well hit to right. Castellanos back at the track, at the wall. It is gone. Pete Alonso with a home run over the right field wall. Another opposite field home run. And so Alonso, with his second home run of the postseason, has given the Mets a 3-0 lead.
Boy, that high wall in right, it doesn't matter for these Mets. 2 righties going the opposite way. The Vientos one, a high arcing shot. This one high arcing as well on a hanger there from Ruiz. And for those hangers, those curves, you stay on them and you go with them. And that's what Alonso did right over Castellanos' head. This place is quiet.
First batter Ruiz faces, and now it's Iglesias, and he takes a fastball to the knees, strike 1 called. So the Mets with their second home run of this game. Just create more tension here. The 0-1, a broken bat bouncer back to the mound, grabbed by Ruiz, runs towards first and underhands to Harper in time for the first out. You can hear the silence, and you can also hear the boos, of course, when they are particularly vocal about their displeasure. But, you know, when you're in a visiting building and you've quieted them down, at least to this point, you know, you can almost touch the undercurrent of tension. It's almost tangible. The pitch to Martinez, chopped foul down the third baseline, past Mike Sarbaugh on the count, 0-1.
Yesterday was such an anticipatory crowd, right? Going to see game 1 of the playoffs and excited throughout, even though it didn't end well. Coming into today, it's what have you done for me lately kind of thing from this crowd.
The 0-1 to Martinez. J.D. lines it to left field. That's a base hit, falling in front of Marsh. And so Martinez will turn first and hold with his first hit of the game. And the Mets 7th. So a 1-out single, and it'll bring up Starling Marte. And against the righty Ruiz, it's been right-hand hitters here. Alonso the homer, and after the Iglesias tap out back to the mound, now Martinez single. Marte is flied to center and struck out. Infield wants a ground ball here. They're at double play depth. Marte takes a fastball high, ball one. Hey, it's only 9 pitches that Ruiz has thrown, but we're already at the stage in this series where the Phillies are not going to wait long to make a move. The 1-0 in tight to Marte, ball 2. Already somebody's getting up in their bullpen.
I'm sure Rob Thompson is on the phone and going, give me anybody that can get somebody out. Yesterday, Hoffman, Strom, Kerkering, Banks, they couldn't do it. Ruiz can't do it either here out of the pen.
2-0 to Marte. The pitch, swing and a foul back to the screen. It's 2-1. I think that's Kerkering. But again, we're resigned to some guesswork here. Their closer is Carlos Estevez. Obviously not going to use him this early in the game, even if they do feel desperate. 2-1 to Marte. Swing on a drive in the air to straightaway center. Rojas back waiting. Makes the one-hand catch. 2 out. Martinez back to first, and Francisco Alvarez will be next. Alvarez robbed of a hit by Harper in the second inning, and then struck out against Sanchez in the fourth. 3-0 Mets. Martinez not a fast man at first, being held on by Harper. Alvarez, big power. First pitch to him, line towards third, base hit well beyond the reach of Turner, the shortstop, and Sosa, the third baseman. Martinez to second, and now there are 2 men away, and boy, would Harrison Bader love a hit here. I mean, I know that sounds rather obvious, and he did have one yesterday. And I don't know, they never really tell you that they're pressing, but he has gone so long since making an offensive impact. And you think back, at times this year, Harrison Bader was a guy that you'd want up with an opportunity to drive a run home. He had a lot of big hits for the Mets the first 2/3 of the season. Lately, he's been ice cold. So with the pitching coach, Caleb Cotham, at the mound to buy some time for Kerkering in the Phillies bullpen, Bader contemplates what he's likely to get from Ruiz and what he would love to do to give the Mets a little more space.
And again, the way this ballpark plays, and you said it yesterday, this is a place where if you're struggling, it's a nice place to play, right, during the regular season at Citizens Bank Park, where you feel like this field is so big, so expansive. You feel like you can hit the ball anywhere and it will land in, and that's what it did for Bader yesterday in that late single that he had, but not quite yet today. However, the way Ruiz is throwing the ball right now, he's desperate for an out, and maybe that desperation leads to lack of command, leads to something Bader can find.
Again, Martinez the lead man at second, not fast. First pitch, breaking ball in the dirt, ball 1. Alvarez not particularly fast at first either. Mike Sarbaugh, the third base coach, probably will be aggressive with 2 out, depending upon where it's hit, should Bader hit one into the outfield. Marsh and Rojas, very good arms left and center. The 1-0, breaking ball low, ball 2. So a good spot here for Bader with the left hand hitting Lindor on deck. Yes, 2-0 used to be a fastball count, even in situations like this, or especially, but not necessarily now. And the 2-0 line to short right at Turner, makes the catch, side retired. He got a fastball, hit it well, but right at Turner. And the Mets are done in the 6th. They score a run on 3 hits, no errors, 2 left. Middle of the 6th inning. The Mets 3, the Phillies nothing on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Cork-popping wows, time to dine wows, Pine Barren wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
By now, you should know I can't get my game day started without my mug of my favorite Bigelow tea. For me, it's that smooth Bigelow green tea that tastes great and keeps my voice in peak condition, especially in extra innings. And I definitely need the English tea time for that day game after a night game. No matter how hectic your day gets, grab your favorite Bigelow tea and take a moment just for you. Join the millions of Mets fans that make Bigelow #1 in New York. Bigelow tea, the official tea of Odyssey Mets Radio.
You never have to worry about thinking too big because you have a reliable connection that puts everything within reach. A connection to education, to family and friends, and most of all, to opportunity. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier orthopedic practice. From simple sprains and broken bones to complex sports injuries, they are the experts at getting you back to being you. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com today.
In 2024, you get more at Ramsey Mazda. More selection and more savings. Like a new 2024 Mazda CX-5, starting at just $29,276. Ramsey Mazda is the proud recipient of the 2023 President's Club Award and the 2024 Cars.com Consumer Satisfaction Award. Visit RamseyMazda.com. That's RamseyMazda.com. Get more in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
It's the Mets 3, the Phillies nothing as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Power Report sponsored by Bill Vince's Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. And the Mets have scored their runs because of home runs. 2-run homer by Vientos in the 3rd. Solo home run by Alonso in the 6th. And Luis Severino back out to... So at the bottom of the 6th inning, Johan Rojas, a right-hand hitter, due up. But the Phillies are going to go to the bench, and it's going to be Cody Clemens, a left-hand batter, to bat for him. So Cody Clemens, who did drive in a run as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning yesterday when he doubled with 2 out against Ryan Stanek, facing Severino. And the first pitch is a breaking ball low, ball 1. Clemens play all over the infield, but right here the Phillies just looking for a left-handed bat to try to get to Severino. And the pitch taken on the outside corner, a fastball. So the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Batting for Johan Rojas, who singled, went to second on an error, and stole third, his only plate appearance. On the 1-1, popped up foul, back behind home plate and out of play. So Severino ahead here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cody Clemens, if you didn't know, you probably do. Roger Clemens' son hit .219 during the regular season with 5 homers. 1-2 pitch. Line down the right field line. Hooking. Foul. Clemens making a bid for another extra base hit, but he shoots it foul to the right field corner. So, still a ball and 2 strikes. While Schwarber on deck with his power, really want to keep Clemens off base with the Mets leading 3-0 here. Third baseman Vientos way off the line, the outfield straight away. Severino looking straight in. Left leg kick, the 1-2 pitch. Swing on a pop foul, third base side going out of play. Severino with an excellent pitch count to this point at 69. But the Mets will not wait long, I don't think, if he should falter. Clemens batting with his dad, Roger, in the ballpark today. 1-2 the count. Now the pitch. Swing on a fly ball, well hit but playable in left center. Bader over, waiting, makes the 2-hand catch, 1 out. Don't miss a moment at Citi Field in 2025. Get the best seats for the biggest games with a Mets season ticket membership. To learn more, visit Mets.com/memberships. So to the top of the order, and now the Phillies will see Schwarber lead off, and Severino will see the Phillies, at least for now, for the 3rd time through. Schwarber's grounded to second, fly to right. First pitch, in for a called strike, 0-1. Starts him off with a fastball. And nothing doing in the Mets bullpen at the moment. Trey Turner waiting on deck. Severino with a left leg kick deal. Swing and a bouncing ball to first. Alonso's got it behind the bag. Leads Severino there in time. 2 men away. So Severino keeping the Phillies bats and fans quiet. So the Mets could not have ordered that up any better.
He's really kept these guys off balance. And again, it's been a mix of everything. The strikeouts have been there, but the weak contact out. I mean, the only good hit we've seen was that Stott single in the 4th inning. 2 other hits were nothing. Severino will take that any day.
71 pitches to this point. Here's Trey Turner. First pitch taken a little bit low. Ball one. Bryce Harper is on deck. Phillies with 3 singles to show for their day so far against Severino. Vientos deep at third near the line. The 1-0 on the outside corner, a slider. So 1-1 to Turner. The sunlight is no longer a factor. Even the greenery is in the shade now. The 1-1. Turner fouls it back to the screen. 1-2. 4 o'clock starts may be the least popular of any local start time in baseball for just that reason.
Both sides were pretty upset about it after the game. And it is what it is on television.
Yep. Here's the 1-2 to Turner. Swing on another foul over by the Mets dugout.
And we saw some clips yesterday when Fox puts the camera on the umpire. At first inning, Zach Wheeler delivering the ball with the sun on him and the shadows around him. I couldn't even see the ball in the video. I don't know how these hitters saw it at all, but I guess that's the problem.
1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swinging a hard hit grounder in the hole. Base hit going into left field for Turner. So it's played in by Nimmo, and now a big plate appearance here. Bryce Harper coming up. He has struck out twice against Severino. And Jeremy Hefner, the Mets pitching coach, is on his way to the mound. Either to give Severino a bit of a breather. I mean, really, that's it, because nobody's up in the Mets bullpen. Again, the pitch count is great. You want to push Severino as far as you can, but I'm sure they're discussing the way he worked Harper previously, and the fact that the Phillies are where they are right now in this game, in this series. Harper, very aggressive hitter, sure factoring into the formula that they're developing here for how to face him. Harper can be just as disciplined as he is aggressive. It might sound oxymoronish, but Harper always draws a lot of walks because, quite frankly, teams will not pitch to him if they don't have to in certain situations. That's really not in play here. It's the Mets 3, the Phillies nothing. Trey Turner at first, and again, a threat to run, but do you want to risk that with Harper's power bet? Let's see. First pitch takes a fastball. It's outside. Ball one. Harper struck out looking and swinging. Way off the line at third, basically out at shortstop. Lindor just to the left of the second base bag. The 1-0. Big swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Again, the sinker at 97. Harper swung over top of it. Alonso holding Turner on at first. Turner stole second and third in the first inning. And the 1-1 to Harper fouled back to the screen with a big cut of the sinker. And Severino ahead, 1-2.
Trey Turner, the previous batter. Severino went 4 straight sweepers, and eventually Turner single. This has been 3 straight fastballs to Harper. The first 2 strikeouts that Severino had against Harper were heaters. Does he stay heater here, or does he go with the soft stuff?
Bader a couple of steps the other way in center. The 1-2 is taken upstairs. A fastball at 99. That registered 99 on the TV gun here. 98 on the ballpark gun. 2-2 to Harper. Turner not too big a lead at first. Severino deals. Swing at a high fly ball deep to center. Back goes Bader onto the track. It's gone and long gone as he hit it off the back wall in straightaway center field. A 2-run homer for Bryce Harper, and the Phillies fans have awakened. It is the Mets 3, the Phillies 2. And Harper taking a slow trot around the bases. His 3rd home run this year against Severino. And the complexion of this game has completely changed.
Well, Bryce Harper, we've known in his career, he's been on a mission for a ring. He missed out when the Nationals won it in 2019. And so he wants one this year. He has been unbelievable, has had game-changing swings as a postseason player. Again, as we said when he came up in the 4th, you just want to face him with nobody on. You can only hold him down for so long, and Severino couldn't hold him down here in the 6th.
Tried to get a 99-mile-an-hour fastball by him. Now Castellanos takes a called strike on a check swing. A sweeper, and it's 0-1. Oh, that was such a big plate appearance. Never mind just because of the 2 runs, but the injection of life here. The 0-1 hit deep to left field. This game is tied. Nimmo just turns and watches as it sails deep into the lower left field stands behind the 374 mark. A long home run for Nick Castellanos. He goes back-to-back with Bryce Harper, and the Phillies have tied the game 3-3, and this place is going nuts.
Castellanos didn't even watch it sail into the crowd. He turned as soon as the ball hit the bat and started moving out to left center. He turned toward the dugout, turned toward the crowd. He got jacked up, and this is a team, when you come into this place, you don't want them to have their swagger, and they did it for a long time, especially after yesterday's blown lead late. They hadn't had it at all until now.
And only now do the Mets get the bullpen up. I don't think anybody started throwing when Jeremy Hefner went out to talk to Severino before Harper. But homer by Harper off a fastball. The sweeper launched by Castellanos. And we're tied 3-3. Here is Bryson Stott. And Severino's first pitch to the left-hand batter. Check swing. He went around on appeal to third. And the count 0-1.
Jose Butto has gotten up in the Mets bullpen.
Carlos Mendoza tipped us before the game that Butto would likely get in one way or the other today. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at a fastball. And it's 0-2. Well, the Mets have been nothing but resilient lately. Today it's the Phillies who have climbed off the mat. But the Mets have often had answers in situations like this. They'll have the top of the order due up in the 7th. But again, it's as though somebody took a big needle and injected adrenaline one by one into every one of these 40,000 plus. And you can hear the results. 0-2 now the pitch. Breaking ball down and in. Missed his foot with a sweeper and the count 1-2.
Now this is the second such start for Severino here, where he's had a great beginning of the game and home runs have stung him late. That was one of the regular season. Same thing today.
So the 1-2 coming to Stott. Taken high, ball 2. May well be that if Severino can't get through Stott, then Jose Butto would come into the game. Generally this year, that's been a great thing for the Mets. But remember, he's coming off a rough one. 2-2, now the pitch. Stott hits it foul into the seats on the third base side. I can't even imagine what the texts and the tweets were coming from these fans who were so disgruntled after the game yesterday. They're practically giving up on the season until Bryce Harper and then Castellanos. And now the 2-2 on the way. Swing and a foul back to the screen. So Severino, who was just cruising until that Trey Turner hit. Remember, this was all started with 2 out and nobody on. Turner single, and then came the back-to-back homers by Harper and Castellanos. 2-2 to Bryson Stott. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a fastball. That retires the side, but the Phillies have come back to life as they scored 3 runs on 3 hits. No errors, nobody left, and at the end of 6, the Mets 3, the Phillies 3 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
This week on Let's Go with...
Hey, you. Yeah, the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We really appreciate you being here. Please help our community grow. Take a minute to click that subscribe button and hit that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, we appreciate it. Cheers, Insiders. Now, please share this link out as much as you can. Send it out to the social boards. Put it up on the social media, on Twitter. Get it out there. Let's bring more baseball fans here into the chat to hang out with us during these playoffs. Really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button as well as hitting that share button. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
For the latest updates on Helene, tune to alerts from the Weather Channel. What to expect and who may be impacted.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. When severe weather is impacting any part of the country, alerts from the Weather Channel for live simulcast of the Weather Channel for the latest information to keep you safe and informed.
Tune to alerts from the Weather Channel for the latest information on Helene.
Whenever active weather is breaking, alerts from the Weather Channel on the SiriusXM app. Just search weather.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
The seventh inning in what is now a 3-3 game as the Phillies tied it up. Back-to-back homers by Harper and Castellanos against Severino in the bottom half of the sixth inning. So now the Phillies are getting to the guys in the bullpen who struggled yesterday. But Keith, you made a great point. They had the week off, and as difficult as that can be for the hitters, although Bryce Harper discounted that yesterday, maybe a little less so from the starting pitchers. But for the relievers who generally just work an inning at a time at this part of the bullpen, that might have been even more problematic for them. So we'll see if they all benefit. We'll probably see. They got Kerkering here. They've obviously got Hoffman and Esteves if it comes to that, and Strom. We'll see if that's a factor today.
Francisco Lindor leads off. Switch hitter batting left. First pitch. Kerkering delivers strike one. A slider bending to the knees. And a count 0-1. And Rob Thompson, quite frankly, came out and said postgame he was, and used this word, stunned with what happened to those three guys in that inning yesterday. 0-1. Fought off foul to the left side. To the back of the seating ball downstairs behind the third base dugout. And it's quickly 0-2. So Kerkering has come out. He's thrown two quick strikes. Here in this now, Buzzy Bank. 0-2. Pitch. Outside. Missed with a fastball at 98. It's a ball and two strikes. Kerkering just 23 years old. Second major league season. Huge part of this bullpen. Next toss. Slash foul deep down the left field side and out of play. Defensive changes for the Phillies. Remember, they had Cody Clemens as that pinch hitter in the sixth inning. Clemens is now in left. Marsh is in center. Rojas is out of the game. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Snapped off a slider. Down goes Lindor. One away in the seventh. We are coming to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. This is game two. This is a game that at a certain point really belonged to Mark Vientos, who bats now. Vientos stands in for his fourth plate appearance, and he's getting booed now. That's well earned. First pitch is in tight with ball one. When they boo you, as Carlos Mendoza said just days ago, talking about another player of his, Jesse Winker, says they boo you, that means you're good. Now they're booing Vientos. That much means he's pretty good. Double, two-run home run, a walk. Kerkering deals. Pops the glove on the outside corner at 97. It's 1-1. Nimmo is on deck. Kerkering, lot of sweepers. Hard fastball, touches 99. Pitch. Sweeper bends away. 2-1 on Vientos. Well, for those that said, well, the Mets scoring late, it's not sustainable. Well, they don't mean to do it when they do it, but they tried to score early today, and the Phillies have scored late. 2-1. Snaps to the outside corner and just caught the knee. Strike two. As soon as the ball hit the glove and the call came in from the umpire, Vientos hopped up and down a little bit. 2-2 on him here in the seventh. Pitch. Just missed high with 97. And it's full. Again, Nimmo is on deck. Mets have out-hit the Phillies 8-6. But the Phillies, a couple of big homers there in that sixth inning. Payoff. Strike three called. Got him looking. Sweeper. Vientos cannot believe it. He thought that pitch was away. He turned toward the third base dugout and just stopped. Slumped shoulders and now slowly walking back to that dugout. Now Real Muto framed it beautifully. It was a filthy sweeper from Kerkering. And now here's Nimmo, and you can tell Kerkering is throwing the ball a lot better today than he was last night. Pitch. Missed inside with ball one. Scoreboard update. Brought to you by Food Bazaar. Shop locally, global with Food Bazaar's supermarket, foodbazaar.com. One more game later tonight. Dodgers, Padres at 8 o'clock. 1-0. Ben's low and in a sweeper. 2 balls and no strikes. Tomorrow the NL is off. The AL back at it. Yankees in Kansas City. Detroit at Cleveland. Yanks up 1-0. Cleveland up 1-0. 2-0. Strike over the back door. A sweeper that started as a ball away and snapped back over the outside corner for a strike. It's 2-1. Mets 3, Phillies 3. Top of the 7th. Base is clear. 2-1. Missed away. Tried that same idea with a sweeper. Called ball 3 by Edwin Moscoso. Nimmo today is an infield hit. He is 1 for 3. Last time up he lined out. Good play by Harper, who was at first base. 3-1. That's cracked in the air. Right field. Castellanos going back. Looks up. It's gone! Nimmo gives the Mets the lead. Right back in that third base dugout. 4-3 New York in the 7th. The bank had come to life. Nimmo cuts right through it with a low line drive shot into the right field seats. Now it's quiet again in Philadelphia, and the Mets are in front 4-3. Brandon Nimmo with his first postseason home run of his career. The veteran now getting it going in the postseason. And here's Pete Alonso. And that ball in right field, as apropos as it is at Citizens Bank Park, came firing back in from an unhappy Philly fan. There have been a lot of them today. So Nimmo goes deep. Here's Alonso. Pitch outside with ball 1. It's amazing. Anytime this Mets team has gone down, they come right back. And immediately after giving up the lead, they have it again 4-3. Pitch. That's the outside corner. Sinker, and it's 1-1. Now Castellanos has just been doing the 360 all day today. All we've seen is his number 8 on his jersey, turning and looking. 1-1, up and into Alonso. 2 balls and a strike. So the Mets, who had hit 1 home run over the first 3 games of the postseason, have hit 3 today. Much more their MO. 2-0, almost hit Alonso. He gets out of the way of that sweeper, and the count 3-1. Well, Buto looks like he's ready in the Mets bullpen for the bottom of the 7th, but the Mets will now be operating with a lead. And I think Jose Alvarado is getting up for the Phillies. 3-1. Down and away, he walks Alonso. So what a great start by Kerkering. K's Lindor, K's Vientos. Nimmo has made this play silent again with a home run to right. Alonso is on, and here's Iglesias.
Here comes Caleb Cotham, the pitching coach, buying a little time for Alvarado.
Now, Alvarado, of course, we know him for many, many years in this division. But yesterday and today, as far as whoever is left out there that the Mets have not seen, we mentioned the closer for the Phillies, Carlos Estevez. Of course, he'll be used at a certain point later in the game. It might not have to be with the lead. We'll probably see him come in if this thing stays close. But we haven't seen Estevez, haven't seen Alvarado, and Colby Allard is kind of a bulk relief pitcher for the Phillies in case something gets really, really out of hand. So Alvarado is getting up right now. But this crowd, I just got the crowd figure, 45,679. They were up, they were loud, they are now quiet again.
Yeah, but it's just a 1-run game. They'll be heard from before you know it.
Here's Iglesias. 1 for 3 today. First pitch, swing and a miss. Went fishing for that sweeper, snapping down and away. And the count 0-1. So Alonso at first base with 2 outs. The Mets have already taken the lead back. It's 4-3 New York in the 7th. Pitch. Check swing on a pitch away. He went around. Couldn't hold up. 0-2. And again, Kerkering's fastball comes in 98-99, so you have to be ready for it. That's why the sweeper can be so tantalizing. Alonso off first, infield back. Alonso runs for second. Pitch taken down and away on a check swing. He did not go, and Alonso steals second without a throw from Real Muto.
I think he just caught them by surprise. And, Iglesias generally puts the ball in play, although he struck out earlier in this game, but that changes things a little bit here. He's in scoring position.
1-2, 2 outs. Pitch. Outside fastball just missed at 96. 2-2. Real Muto, who set up in, had to reach out of the center of his body to the outside corner. Looked like a pretty good pitch, but he didn't frame it that well. Kerkering deals the 2-2. Fought off foul to the right and out of play. And again, just like Milwaukee the other night, we keep going back to that fateful night for Pete Alonso. When the Mets took the 3-2 lead, they didn't stop. They kept going. They added another run, and that ended up helping out for the bottom of the ninth. How big it would be if Iglesias could bring in Alonso here. 2-2. Strike three called outside corner. Got him looking. But the Mets get the lead right back immediately after giving up 3 in the bottom of the 6th. Nimmo goes deep in the top of the 7th, and the Mets lead Philadelphia 4-3. 7th inning stretch is brought to you by Gin and Juice Ready to Drink Cocktail, a lightly carbonated seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
When you're number one, it's always good to remember who helped you get there. For the Ray Cattina family of dealerships, it's an easy call. They're customers. It's why Ray Cattina is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York. Their game plan is simple. It's to always put the customer first with legendary customer service and the brands they trust the most. Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Land Rover, Infiniti, Jaguar, Mini, and Sprinter. Visit a Ray Cattina dealership or go to raycattina.com.
Come home to us and why.
Lot to get to here on our post-game show.
As our team covers your team with all the post-game reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Post-Game Live. Tonight, immediately after the Mets-Phillies NLDS game, only on SNY.
It's time to let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser Hard Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka, it's refreshingly smooth and easy to drink. With no bubbles to fill you up, it's perfect for any season. Plus, each Sun Cruiser is only 100 calories, 1 gram of sugar, and 4.5% alcohol, making it perfect for anywhere your adventures take you. Whether you're indoors or outside, nothing hits quite like a Sun Cruiser. Crack one open today and let the good times cruise.
Sun Cruiser Beverage Company, Boston, Mass. Please drink responsibly.
Hey sports fans, we've made it to the Division Series. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Please take a moment to check the link that is pinned in the chat. It is our Sick Kids Fall Drive campaign link. We are raising money for Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. It is near and dear to my heart, as I wouldn't be alive today if it was not for that hospital there in Toronto. So please click that link, check it out, send a donation in if you can to support this awesome channel and this awesome community of Toronto sports fans that we have here, bringing you all of the MLB playoff games. Thanks again for being here. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team, and let's make a difference in the community.
Keep the fans' energy alive while they just cut to somebody who's had a pretty good career. Jimmy Rollins getting a big hand, waving his red towel from his suite high above the field. Meanwhile, the Mets have brought in Jose Buto behind Luis Severino. Severino goes 6, allows 3 runs on 6 hits. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 7. And truly, well, the final line is the final line. That's the report card. That's the grade. How he got there was a tale of basically one bad inning. He had gone 5 brilliant innings, pitch count down. Philly was off balance all day until 2-out single by Turner, Harper the homer, and again Castellanos went deep. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the New York Mets and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Mets. So Buto is first out of the bullpen. It looks like right behind him, I believe that is Edwin Diaz, already on the mound, getting ready to start warming up. Diaz did get up to warm up last night, though it was Ryan Stanek on the mound who got the final 3 outs, and that is Diaz starting to throw. So Real Muto, then Marsh, then Sosa. 6, 7, and 8. And the reason why is Diaz up? Well, Carlos Mendoza is probably going to play his closer card right, because right after these guys, then you have the big ones: Schwarber, Turner, Harper, top of the order. But for now, Buto looking for a bounce back, 7th inning, pitching for the first time in this series. Facing JT Realmuto, pitch way outside in the dirt, missing with ball 1.
You may remember that this is where Buto made his major league debut in something of an emergency start with the Mets strapped for pitching, and to say it did not go well would be an understatement. That was a couple of years ago.
The windup, the 1-0. Swing and a miss, sinker biting down and in at 96. 1-1 on Realmuto.
And perhaps now trying to regain some teetering confidence after what happened in Milwaukee earlier in the week.
Infield back. Here's the 1-1. Downstairs with a changeup, 2 balls in, a strike. Now I remember that outing that he had in 2022 as a starter. The guy that day that got him a couple times, Alec Bohm. Alec Bohm is not in the starting lineup today, but he has a helmet on in that dugout. Up the first baseline. 2-1. Hit him. Realmuto gets plucked with 95 off the belt. The tying man is on in the 7th. Here's Brandon Marsh. And again, behind Marsh, you have Sosa, but he didn't even come out of the on-deck circle. Alec Bohm is in the on-deck circle, getting ready to pinch hit.
This is where it hurts in a sense, having used Reed Garrett for 2 innings yesterday. They needed that because of the way the rotation had been structured to that point.
Buto set, facing the lefty, pitch way outside, a heater. He falls behind 1-0. Again, Buto, who pitched twice in the Milwaukee series, pitched in game 1. Mets were up big. He cruised through 2 innings. Then gave up the back-to-back homers to the Brewers in game 3. That's the last time he's pitched. 1-0. Marsh fouls it back behind home plate, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. Now, in that, of course, series, game 2 in Milwaukee, Phil Maton gave up 2 home runs. He bounced back yesterday, did throw up a 0, but it was a little bit tricky toward the end. Had a couple base runners. Buto looking to respond personally. 1-1. Marsh fouls it back right on the elevated fastball, and it's 1-2. Mets ahead 4-3. Last of the 7th. It'll be tough to do. That this fan base, this crowd, 45,000 plus, you can feel the buzz and the energy reawakening here. Tying run at first, nobody out. The 1-2. Way outside. Tried to change up, and it looked like it almost slipped out of his hand. That's how far outside it went to the other batter's box against the lefty Brandon Marsh.
Is that McGill who has joined Diaz?
I believe so. Buto set, third base side of the rubber. Infield back, swung around right. 2-2. Down and in, good block by Alvarez. He blocked that sweeper. Sliding to his right, that kept Realmuto, who's a really good running catcher, kept him in front. And now, this crowd is on its feet. Buto pitching in the most strenuous moment of his life right now, trying to hold a 4-3 lead in the bottom of the 7th. Tying run at first, nobody out. 3-2 pitch to Marsh. Flight foul off to the left, into the second deck to our left, and it stays 3-2. Well, he's not here, but Kevin Hart has added a second show at Radio Music Hall on March 8th. Grab your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Even if he was here, he's too small to see in this crowd. Cowell's waving, 3-2. Buto tries again, and now spins and throws to first, and Realmuto dives back in safely. Again, Alec Bohm, who rudely greeted Jose Buto in his major league debut with a couple of home runs, is on deck. 3-2 again. Here's the payoff. High fly ball, not deep, center field. Bader back, couple of steps, lines it up, makes the hat-high catch with 2 hands, and fires in. And now, here is Alec Bohm. He was left out of the starting lineup today. Again, the struggles down the stretch for Bohm, who had dealt with a hand injury. But the vibe we got from Rob Thompson was, I hate to say it because I don't know it, I'm not that close in there. Maybe a message sent to Bohm. Maybe an attitude message sent to Bohm. And now he has asked his true starting third baseman to come up in a huge spot. Bottom of the 7th inning. Jose Butto dying, desperate here for a double play ball. Tying run at first, 4-3 Mets.
And I'm sure Rob Thompson envisioned this matchup at some point in this game, given what he did to him a couple of years ago.
Pitch. Popped him up on the infield left side. Vientos coming down from third, waves his arms, in line with the bag, makes the catch, 2 down. So Bohm, the table was set there, the story was set. He pops out. And again, even though this is probably way back in Butto's mind, I don't think he's calling on it now. Again, that MLB debut start that he made, Bohm took him deep twice. The Mets ended up winning the game. That was the Mark Canha game, right? Coming around first base, arms extended. That was then, this is now. Here's Cody Clemens, the 9-man. Schwarber on deck, 2 outs, tying run at first. First pitch, up and in, ball 1. Realmuto is hit by a pitch that looked like Butto maybe just slightly rattled here, but he bounces back. He has gotten Marsh, retired Bohm. 1-0 though on Clemens, who's hit the ball hard a couple times in this series. A left-hand hitter. 1-0. Down and away with a changeup. Ball 2. Seesaw battle here in game 2. After yesterday, the Mets were shut down by Zach Wheeler. Stormed back late with 6 across the 8th and the 9th to stun this crowd. Today, the Phillies have been the one playing catch-up. Mets lead 4-3. 2-0 on Clemens. Pitch. Ground ball hit to the shortstop hole. Long run for Lindor. To his right. Has it in the backhand, but drops it and has no play. Everybody is safe. First and second, 2 outs. And Kyle Schwarber coming up.
Well, if Diaz is ready, I got to think this might be a spot they'd want to use him. And here comes Carlos Mendoza.
Well, Mendoza's going to hustle out. He hasn't made a move yet. He may definitely go to Diaz, and he does. He shows the point, and we've had to learn our lesson here with Carlos this year. He will not mess around. He will go to Diaz. Takes the ball from Butto. Bottom of the 7th. 2 on, 2 out. Mets up by 1. This pitching change brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
Hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
Hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Applies to 2024 Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa base models. Trim.
Cheers, baseball fans. Thank you for hanging out with us during this Division Series MLB postseason matchup. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more baseball fans and sports fans here to the chat to help you cheer on your team. Where are you watching from in the chat? Let us know. Say hi and hit that thumbs up button. We'll be right back to the baseball action. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's have some fun. Let's keep it classy. And good luck to your team. Hope they win and move on to the World Series.
Shortstop Lindor have put 2 on for Kyle Schwarber. Now this year, Schwarber against Diaz has struck out all 5 times he's been up. has faced him 7 times in his life, is 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts.
And they've got to pay at least some attention to the base runners. Real Muto at second, Clemens at first.
First pitch to Schwarber. Down and in, rescued by Alvarez, falling to his right at a 98-mile-an-hour fastball in the dirt. That keeps the runners at first and second. Right now, with the way Real Muto runs, a base hit would potentially tie the game. Dusty Wathan, the third base coach, he'll be sending Real Muto this juncture of the game on anything close. Real Muto did drive in one of the game-winning runs for the Phillies, and the Mets were here in the regular season. That was against Diaz. Schwarber, 0 for 3 today, has terrifying power. 2 on, 2 out. 1-0. Swing and a miss at a slider, down and in. 1-1. Boy, did the string get pulled on that one. Schwarber up there looking for velo. Was just a touch out in front of 90 on the slider. 1-1 pitch. Little cue shot, foul, third base side, rolling into the Mets dugout. 1-2. Clemens, the infield hit, he's at first. The big run, Real Muto, the tying man, is at second. Lindor playing behind him. Big gap between Lindor up the middle and Vientos near the bag at third. Probably 10 or 12 feet off the line, but it looks like such a far distance between Lindor and Vientos. Iglesias deep at second. Alonso deep and behind the bag at first near the line. 1-2 pitch. Just missed outside with a slider. 2-2. Tyler McGill is throwing in the Mets bullpen. Well, this is the matchup right here. Diaz freshly out of the pen, trying to get Schwarber. 4-3 Mets. Bottom of the 7th. 2 on, 2 out. Diaz comes set. 2-2 pitch. Pop foul, third base side. That'll make the seats into the upper deck of this crowd of 45,679. Everybody in the joint on their feet. Phillies hit 2 tremendous home runs back-to-back in the 6th to tie it. The Mets are in front, trying to stay in front. 4-3. Real Muto off second. Clemens off first. 2-2 pitch. Down and in with a slider. And now it's full.
And the runners will be going.
Trey Turner is on deck. It is scary when you see Schwarber. You could strike him out 100+ times, which he did in the regular season. He walks a ton. But he's also connected on the most home runs by a left-handed hitter in the history of the game. 3-2 pitch. Runners go. Check swing and a slider. Did he go? Yes, he did. Struck him out. Diaz comes in and beats Kyle Schwarber and strands a pair. We go to the 8th. No runs, 1 hit. A hit batsman and 2 left. And a hero in Edwin Diaz. 8th inning is next. 4-3 Mets in Philadelphia on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Hi, this is Chris from Coldplay. Coldplay Radio has returned.
For the release of their new album, Moon Music. And an exclusive SiriusXM listener-only performance from Brooklyn.
You know I love you so.
Our music, our influences, and the music we love. Coldplay Radio.
Now for a limited time, Channel 17, or listen at home with the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines, midfield. It's a race. Picking him up, putting him down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
The new basketball season is around the corner, and SiriusXM NBA Radio is getting you ready by talking to the biggest stars in the game.
Joined now by Giannis Antetokounmpo. I want to be able to have a shot at winning it all.
Starting Monday night, hear a different team's preview show.
We've got Kevin Durant sitting down with us.
Championship is always a goal.
NBA Radio season preview shows every weeknight until the season starts. Only on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And for any interviews or previews you missed, hear them on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
by Edwin Diaz to close out the bottom of the 7th, keep the Phillies off the board, despite the fact that there were 2 on. And so we go to the 8th inning, game 2. The Mets still leading 4-3. And for the first time in this series, the Phillies bring in right-hander Carlos Estevez and make a couple of other defensive changes. Remember, Alec Bohm had pinch hit for Edmundo Sosa. Bohm is now at third, and he stays in the game. The new left fielder is Austin Hayes, taking over for Cody Clemens. So the Mets, Howie, dodged 1 bullet at the bottom of the 7th. They still have 6 defensive outs to get to try to win this game. Well, this offense is going to try to tack on some runs to make the 8th and the 9th not as sweaty as the 7th.
Yeah, but against a tough customer here in Estevez, he is facing J.D. Martinez to lead off. And the first pitch pulled on the ground to third, right at Bohm. He's got it and throws to first in time. 1 pitch, 1 out. And that will bring up Starling Marte. Marte is 0 for 3. So Estevez, the 4th pitcher the Phillies have used. Orion Kerkering worked the 7th, struck out 3, walked 1, gave up the home run to Brandon Nimmo. So now Estevez to Marte. And the first pitch taken right down the middle, a called strike, 0-1. Estevez became the unquestioned closer for the Phillies. And they picked him up from the Angels around the deadline. The 0-1 taken outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. With the Phillies in 20 games, he was 3-2 with a 2.57 ERA and was successful in 6 out of 8 save opportunities. And the 1-0, swing and a foul back to the screen, check the count. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Marte with Francisco Alvarez on deck. So Edwin Diaz, of course, will start the bottom of the 8th inning. They'll have Turner, Harper, and Castellanos due up. And then what if the Mets have the lead? The 1-2. Check swing at a pitch up and in, 2-2. I don't think there's any way they're looking for 7 outs out of Diaz. They want Diaz to get through the tough guys in the Phillies order here and then maybe figure it out in the 9th. We'll see. Got to get there first. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a slider. And Estevez has made quick work of the first 2 Mets hitters. Francisco Alvarez will be next. The injury update brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. Just go to injurylawyer.com. Good to see Jeff McNeil here today. And McNeil doing all kinds of baseball activities, ineligible for this series, but he had a full workout today. Here's Alvarez. Right-hand batter, first pitch, foul back to the screen. It's 0-1. Alvarez, 1 for 3, singled his last time up. Don't forget to stay tuned after the game for the Verizon Mets postgame show. Verizon, the network New York City relies on. 4-3 Mets, 2 out, nobody on, top 8. Alvarez takes his time at home plate. Outfield is deep and straight away against him. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing on a liner to right. In comes Castellanos. Makes the catch. That retires the side. Estevez with a 1-2-3-8. Middle of the 8th inning. The Mets 4, the Phillies 3 on Odyssey Mets Radio. Driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Hey, New York fans. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
By now, you should know I can't get a game started without my mug of Bigelow tea. For me, it's Bigelow green tea that keeps my voice going. No matter how hectic your day gets, grab your favorite Bigelow tea and take a moment just for you. Bigelow tea, the official tea of Odyssey Mets Radio.
Rev up the fun with the Honda Civic and HR-V. These vehicles redefine the game when it comes to performance and style. With sporty designs matched by powerful performance, the Civic and HR-V deliver a driving experience like no other. But what really sets these cars apart from the crowd is the spirit of determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
Hey, baseball fans, check out ThriveWell Infusion, trusted choice in IV therapy among physicians to experience high-quality care from the highly trained medical staff at ThriveWell. ThriveWell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion, but it doesn't have to be when you're in one of their private, state-of-the-art infusion suites. Let ThriveWell handle your infusion needs so you can focus on the game. Visit us at ThriveWellInfusion.com. That's ThriveWellInfusion.com. Saving lives drip by drip.
Last of the 8th inning. The Mets 4, the Phillies 3. The thriving player of the game brought to you by ThriveWell Infusion, New York's premier infusion and injection center. Saving lives drip by drip. Visit ThriveWellInfusion.com. Brandon Nimmo, 2 hits, including a home run in the 7th to put the Mets back on top. Meanwhile, defensive change. Tyrone Taylor comes into the game in right field, replacing Starling Marte. They will not change out Vientos at third because Vientos is due up third when we go to the 9th inning. And now Edwin Diaz, who struck out Kyle Schwarber to end the 7th with 2 men on, will face the big boys, Turner, Harper, and Castellano. Ready, refresh. Reminds you that they're New York's most reliable water service delivery. Padres and Dodgers play tonight, the only other game in the postseason today. And here is Trey Turner. First pitch by Diaz. Slider missed inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Turner has 2 singles. He has scored a run, stolen twice. Outfield deep and straight away. The 1-0. That's a called strike. Slider. And it's 1-1. Vientos deep at third. Middle infielders back at the edge of the outfield grass. Alonso deep and off the line at first. 1-1. Now the pitch. Low, ball 2. So 2-1 to Turner. Diaz deals. Swing and a miss at the slider. It's 2-2. Bryce Harper waiting on deck. Lights have taken full effect now. 2-2 pitch. Slider outside, ball 3. For about a million reasons, you don't want to put Turner on here in any fashion. And up come the crowd. 3-2. Diaz sets. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Actually fouled the slider into the mid of Alvarez, 1 away. So Diaz got Schwarber to end the 7th on a 3-2 pitch. He starts the 8th same way against Turner.
Now, if that slider can snap and move the way he wants, he has the ability to be absolutely electric. The key is the slider. Well, 2 big strikeouts, the put-away pitch on the slider, which looks good.
And here is Bryce Harper. First pitch, taken high, 1 ball and no strikes. Harper struck out twice, then homered. Bader, couple of steps the other way in center. The 1-0. Fastball outside, and it's 2-0. Vientos practically out at shortstop. That far off the line against the left-hand batter. 2-0 to Harper. Now the pitch. Slider missed somewhere, probably low, but pretty good from up here. It's 3-0. And you throw him a cookie, he'll swing 3-0.
Got to be careful here.
Diaz deals and misses outside a 4-pitch walk to Harper. He missed with a slider, and so that is the tying run at first, and the go-ahead man at the plate, Castellanos, who homered back-to-back with Harper in the 6th inning.
Not the worst thing in the world. I know you don't want to put the tying man on, but Harper has such game-changing type swings. At least he doesn't hit a home run. He'll take 1 bag instead of 4.
Castellanos 4 for 12 against Diaz. First pitch, fastball called strike, 0-1. Castellanos lined to first, grounded to short. Oh, would the Mets love one of those right here. And of course, homered to left. Alonso holding Harper on at first. Harper has a pretty good sized lead. Here's the pitch. Swinging a looper to shallow right. It's going to fall in for a base hit near the line. Up with it is Taylor. Harper will go to third. The throw comes into second. And now the Phillies have runners at first and third. One man out, and left-hand hitter Bryson Stott coming up. Not a hard hit ball, but enough to give Phillies runners at the corners. And this, my friends, is now torture.
Well, it's going to be even more torturous for Diaz because he saw Bryson Stott earlier this year at Citi Field, the very beginning of the year, and took him deep for his life. He is 2 for 5 against him with that home run. That came back in May. That was when the Mets were a completely different team than they have turned out to be. Now, can Diaz put that in the rearview mirror and keep it in the rearview mirror against Bryson Stott?
Vientos near the bag at third. Middle infielders are back. First pitch. In for a called strike. 0-1. A fastball at 99. Lindor is not all the way back, nor is Iglesias. I would say they're just about halfway. They'll give themselves a chance on a hard-hit grounder up the middle. Otherwise, you come home. The pitch. Outside and high. 1-1. JT Real Muto, the on-deck hitter. Diaz with a deep breath now. Brings the hands together. A 1-1 pitch. Way outside. Ball 2. Missed badly with a slider there. And this is not the sharp, crisp Edwin Diaz that we've seen before. And the fans sensing it. Put even more pressure on him. 2-1 the count. Here's the pitch to Stott. That's a called strike. He gets the slider over. And it's 2-2.
Again, the key is that slider for a strike. Now Stott has to think about that pitch, which means Diaz has 2 good options to try to put Stott away here. Diaz needs the strikeout right now.
Diaz staring in. Brings the hands together. The 2-2 to Stott. Just missed outside with a slider. Ball 3. Again, Diaz does not hold runners on well. You could send Castellanos here and take your chances, but then the strike him out, throw him out potential kills the inning. We'll see. He doesn't run. The payoff pitch. Lined over first. Base hit. Going towards the right field corner. The Phillies may take the lead. Harper's in. Castellanos around third. He's coming home. He'll score standing, and going all the way to third with a triple is Bryson Stott, and the Phillies have gone out in front 5-4.
Hanging slider, cement mixer down and away, and just didn't do what Diaz wanted it to do. And it hung right there for Stott to scoop it right over Alonso, who tried to shoot his glove up, but this thing was feet above Alonso's glove at first. And as soon as it disappeared fair down the line, nightmare for New York.
So here comes Carlos Mendoza, and that's going to be it. He wanted Diaz to get through the toughest part of the Phillies order in the 8th and worry about the 9th later. Well, Diaz couldn't do it. And so the pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
103 millones de dólares. ¿Qué te parece? You know you ready to play. Sounds grande, grande.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million or a second chance to win 1 of 100 VIP trips to Billboard Latin Music Week in Miami. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Labor's Local 731 has been responsible for some of the biggest and most celebrated infrastructure projects in New York City, like the rebuild of the World Trade Center and the new LaGuardia Airport. Local 731 provides qualified and competent laborers to fill the demand that the construction industry not only requires but deserves. Its members and leadership have fought hard for wages and benefits that open the path to the middle class that every hardworking American deserves. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power.
Life can change suddenly without any warning whatsoever. When you're sidelined due to a debilitating personal injury, it's crucial to have a trusted team on your side. The Rothenberg Law Firm has over 50 years of spectacular courtroom experience, ensuring that you're not facing those obstacles alone. Winning and collecting billions for our clients, we are committed to helping you recover whatever you deserve. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
Well, the Phillies have come back, all the way back. Mets once led 3-0. The Phillies tied it in the 6th inning. Mets went right back on top in the 7th on a Brandon Nimmo homer, but Edwin Diaz could not get it done, even though he struck out Schwarber to end the 7th and leave 2 men on. Struck out Turner to start this 8th inning, but then he walked Harper. Castellanos singled Harper to third, and Bryson Stott tripled into the right field corner. That chases Diaz and will bring on Tylor Megill to face JT Realmuto, and now the Mets have to move the infield all the way in. So Megill making the relief appearance here and desperately could use a strikeout. The first pitch, swing and a miss at Heat, 0-1, 95-mile-an-hour sinker. Mets will have Bader, Lindor, and Vientos due up in the 9th inning. So this is a huge run that they need to somehow strand at third base. 0-1. Now the pitch to Realmuto. Swing and a foul off to the right, out of play. Off the hands of a fan in the second deck. Tumbling downstairs. The ball, not the fan. And the count now is 1 ball. Check the no balls and 2 strikes.
Matt Strom, the lefty, is getting loose in the Phillies bullpen for the top of the 9th.
Estevez already in the game. 0-2 now the pitch. Low and away with a slider. Nice block there by Francisco Alvarez. Realmuto has struck out twice and been hit by a pitch. Had some knee problems during September, which cost him some time. 1-2 the count. They're chanting JT. McGill sets. Here's the pitch. Swinging a slow hit bouncer towards third. The runner coming home. Vientos bobbles the ball on the transfer, and everybody is safe. Stott slides in with a run. Realmuto on at first, and the Phillies have taken a 6-4 lead. Mark Vientos simply sped the game up there.
He came in nice and easy. He had it. It was in front of him. He grabbed it, and then as soon as he turned his shoulders to try to get him set up, ready position to throw, that's when the ball squirted out. That's when he looked like he sped it up. Nice and calm coming in, then too quick. And then he lost the ball.
They call it a fielder's choice. Realmuto on at first. That run also charged to Diaz. And now Brandon Marsh will be the batter. So McGill induced weak contact. And had Vientos made the play, they might have been able to get Stott at the plate. But now Marsh in the first pitch, taken outside, ball 1. So the book closed on Diaz. In 2/3 of an inning, he allowed 2 hits and 3 runs, walking 1, striking out 2. 6-4 Philadelphia, each team with 9 hits. Here's the 1-0. Swing on a pop foul, going back into the seats behind third upstairs. And the count 1-1. Well, the Mets will need 9th inning magic again. This has been their time of game offensively. Tonight, though, a different story. 1-1 to Marsh. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2. He went with a fastball. And once again, I mentioned this at the beginning of the inning. If you're wondering, as it came into focus there, well, so often Mets manager Carlos Mendoza has swapped out Vientos for defense in the late innings. He wanted him to get his at-bat in the 9th inning. He's due up third. That's why he was in there in the 8th. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. McGill gets him with a fastball, and there were 2 men away.
Certainly the dream move there if you did swap Vientos out and then you lose the lead immediately. That's where you wish you kept him in the game. So they're happy they kept him in the game, but not happy after that ground ball got to him at third. So like you said, the Mets, that's the trade-off right there. Vientos' bat versus his glove.
So now it's Alec Bohm for the second time. He popped up the first. 6-4 Phillies, 2 out in the 8th. The pitch, Fastball over, a called strike, 0-1. JT Realmuto, the runner at first. Phillies have 3 runs in here in the bottom of the 8th inning. McGill, the 4th pitcher the Mets have used. Tylor Megill brings the hands together. Now the 0-1, swinging a high pop-up outside first, looks playable. Alonso calling on the grass, makes the catch. That retires the side. Well, the Phillies do the damage. We'll see if the Mets have an answer. Because of the bottom of the 8th inning, the Phillies took the lead. They scored 3 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. At the end of 8, the Phillies 6, the Mets 4 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident.
Hey, you. Yeah, the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We really appreciate you being here. Please help our community grow. Take a minute to click that subscribe button and hit that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single MLB playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button. Now, if you're already subscribed, we appreciate it. Cheers, Insiders. Now, please share this link out as much as you can. Send it out to the social boards. Put it up on the social media, on Twitter. Get it out there. Let's bring more baseball fans here into the chat to hang out with us during these playoffs. Really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button as well as hitting that share button. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
Reviews or previews you missed. Hear them on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Proven that they can take a punch. Now the question is there time enough for them to get off the mat? Because the Phillies, with 3 in the 8th inning, all charged to Edwin Diaz, and hey, by any objective measure, it's been a struggle for Diaz, particularly down the stretch. And the Phillies now have a 6-4 lead going to the 9th, so with Carlos Estevez having faced 6, 7, and 8 in the Mets batting order, it'll be Matt Strom, the lefty. They got to him yesterday. Strom, he was victimized by some of those great at-bats where the Mets were down 2 strikes. Gave up an RBI single to Nimmo. Alonso came back from 0-2 for a sac fly, and Iglesias had the incredible at-bat against him. Down 0-2, 7 straight foul balls, then a base hit. Well, here comes Strom now to face Harrison Bader, Francisco Lindor, and Mark Vientos, with the Mets trailing 6-4. Do they have another one up their sleeve? Bader, a right-hand batter, and the first pitch. Down and in, ball 1. Don't forget, stay tuned after the game for the Verizon Mets postgame show. Verizon, the network New York City relies on. Outfield straightaway against Bader. He's 0 for 3. Had a hit last night, but he has really struggled at the plate. The pitch, down the middle for a called strike. Sinker. And the count 1-1, including today. Bader is 11 for his last 89. After being a real valuable bat the first half, 2/3 of the year. Here's the 1-1. Swing on a little chopper foul going to the backstop. It's 1-2. Now these Phillies fans, who were booing rather hard at times during the game and panicking through the night after losing game 1, they're in a different mindset now, as you can hear. The 1-2 to Bader. Swing on a pop foul going straight back out of play. Mets will bus up the turnpike after this one. And either way, Citi Field will be raucous on Tuesday night. Mets would love another rally here and go home up 2, but they're near out of time. 1-2 to Bader. Now the pitch. swinging a high fly ball to shallow left. A lot of hang time over towards the line. 3 Phillies out. It's hooking and winds up in the seats, foul. Well, Bader hit that a mile high. And Hayes, the left fielder, Turner, the shortstop, Bohm, the third baseman, all gave chase. But the Mets get a friendly push. And it remains 1-2 to Harrison Bader.
Alec Bohm basically ran into the left field umpire, Rob Drake, and had to go around him, and then ended up jumping on the railing and climbing up the net like Spider-Man, but still too far away from his grasp.
1-2 to Bader. Strom sets at the shoulder. Now the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Chased a bad ball. A fastball up and out of the strike zone. Up and away, and Bader is 0 for 4. 1 man out. Francisco Lindor coming up.
Now for the Mets, again, they've made a living, right, in these last 2 innings. They do not feel the proverbial pressure here. They've been here. They've been in worse pressure than this. There is tomorrow. And so that slow heartbeat, you hope, continues to show up for him here.
Now here's Francisco Lindor. First pitch on the way. Taken down the middle. A called strike. 0-1. Just such a huge potential swing when you were looking at the possibility of going home up 2-0. But still 2 outs to work with here. The Mets will have no worse than a split, which is a good thing when you're going home. The 0-1 swing and a miss as he swung over a cutter. And Strom now ahead 0-2. And with each strike, the decibel level grows. Strom ready. 0-2 to Lindor. Swing, and he just got a piece, fooling some of the fans.
Can't fool us.
I could relate to that. I remember Dwight Evans in right field raising his arms thinking the Red Sox had strike 3 when Mookie Wilson just barely fouled one off like that to stay alive in the famous Game 6 of the World Series in '86. 0-2 to Lindor. Strom ready. Now the pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Base hit. Center field for Lindor. That's a big hit, and wouldn't you know it, another hit against Strom on 0-2. So now, here is the at-bat that Carlos Mendoza wanted Vientos to get. Even though he didn't get charged with an error, he couldn't make a play on what resulted in an insurance run for the Phillies in the bottom of the 8th inning. Carlos didn't swap him out for defense because he knew he might need his bat here in the 9th inning, and here it is. He's the tying run. He's 2 for 3 with a walk, including a homer. And he's batting against the lefty Strom. Vientos right-hand batter, the pitch. Way upstairs, ball 1. Brandon Nimmo waiting on deck. And then Pete Alonso. All it took was 1 base hit for more nervous energy to replace vocal energy. 1-0 to Vientos. Here's the pitch. Check swing, breaking ball. He went around. Slider down near the back foot. Vientos couldn't hold off. It's 1-1. Mark is now 7 for 19 in his first postseason, hitting his first playoff home run today. Lindor short lead at first. Time is called. And it is Vientos who takes the time.
And yesterday when Rob Thompson saw Hoffman fail and Strom fail, here's Strom again. He literally used the word stunned. Stunned that Strom had given up anything. Here's Strom on the ropes again now in the 9th.
With Hoffman throwing. 1-1, the count to Vientos. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul, straight bat. Challenged him with a fastball, and Vientos fouled it off. So, 1-2 the count. And the towels are once again waving. Maybe not with the same assertion as we've seen at other times. Waving nonetheless. 1-2 to Vientos, the pitch. Breaking ball down and in. This time Vientos was able to lay off the slider. So, 2-2 the count. Bohm is deep at third, not too far off the line. Outfield straight away and deep. Lindor at first, 1 out. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball low, 3-2. And with the Phillies leading 6-4, and Vientos certainly a high strikeout performer and representing the tying run at the plate. Lindor certainly does not figure to be going anywhere here. Brandon Nimmo waiting on deck. So 3-2 to Vientos. Strom sets up high, stares at Lindor. The payoff pitch. Vientos hits it high in the air to left field. It's got legs. It's deep. It's back near the wall. It is gone! Mark Vientos has added yet another chapter to what is becoming a ridiculous postseason for the New York Mets. He's tied the game. A 2-run homer off of Matt Strom, his second home run of the game. We are all even 6-6. Who writes this stuff?
And this is unbelievable. Again, in the ninth, at the end when it seems over, this Mets team just will not die. Wow.
Are we going to be able to emotionally handle the rest of this playoffs right now? I don't know about me.
Well, if they can, we have no choice. It's just amazing that they've been able to. Mark Vientos, his second home run of the game. Now it's at the point where, okay, it's not that much of a surprise. Here's Nimmo, and he fouls the first pitch off to the left and out of play. It's 0-1. Well, now you look ahead to the bottom of the ninth, and the Phillies will be due to send up Hayes, Schwarber, and Turner. Tyler McGill, pitcher in the game at the moment for the Mets, and nobody throwing in their bullpen. 0-1 to Nimmo, the pitch. Swinging a liner in the air to left, deep but playable. Hayes is back, and he makes the catch. 2 men away. And here comes Pete Alonso. And Peter, if you would like to just kind of add another chapter to what's becoming a rather hefty volume, feel free. However, he'll have to wait because here comes manager Rob Thompson. And with Jeff Hoffman ready in the bullpen, he'll make a pitching change. Brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey.
Cheers, baseball fans. Thank you for hanging out with us during this Division Series MLB postseason matchup. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more baseball fans and sports fans here to the chat to help you cheer on your team. Where are you watching from in the chat? Let us know. Say hi and hit that thumbs up button. We'll be right back to the baseball action. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's have some fun. Let's keep it classy. And good luck to your team. Hope they win and move on to the World Series.
Over 70 undergraduate and graduate degree programs, including our highly ranked nursing program, you'll find the right path for your future. Plus, get involved with over 45 student clubs and 18 NCAA Division II athletic teams. And did we mention Malloy boasts one of the safest college campuses in New York? Your future starts at Malloy University. Visit malloy.edu today.
Well, stop us if you've heard this before, but the Mets have come back in the ninth inning right after the Phillies deliver a shot to the solar plexus, right? With 3 in the 8th inning to take a 6-4 lead. And, well, if anybody was wondering why Mark Vientos was still in the game defensively, we told you from the very beginning that Carlos Mendoza wouldn't make that move in the 8th inning if Vientos was due up in the 9th. He was. Vientos represented the tying run. He delivered the tying run with a 2-run homer. And now with 2 out, Pete Alonso, who knows a little bit about some drama lately, will be the batter against Jeff Hoffman, the 6th pitcher the Phillies have used. 6-6, 2 out, nobody on, top 9. First pitch is off the outside corner, ball 1. Jose Iglesias is on deck. Bohm right on the line at third. The 1-0, big swing and a foul back to the screen. And the count 1-1. Yesterday, Hoffman did not retire a batter. He started the 8th inning with the Phillies leading 1-0. Base hit, walk, RBI single, and that was by Vientos, and he was out of there. Hoffman right back now. The count 1-1. The pitch to Alonso. Swing and a fly ball to right. Shallow. In comes Castellanos. Slides forward. Makes the catch and holds on. And that retires the side. But the Mets tie the game. 2 runs, 2 hits. No errors. Nobody left. Middle of the 9th inning. It's the Mets 6, the Phillies 6 on Odyssey Mets Radio. Driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
If you think the baseball world is competitive, try the professional job market. But there is a way to give yourself an advantage. Berkeley College. Whether you're just starting or looking to advance, Berkeley gives you maximum flexibility, close personal attention, and exceptional support through graduation and beyond, with tutoring, career services, and more to help you stand out. At Berkeley College, your potential is our promise. Learn more at berkeleycollege.edu.
Come home to us and why.
Lot to get to here on our postgame show.
As our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Postgame Live. Tonight, immediately after the Mets-Phillies NLDS game, only on SNY.
Looking for a replacement window? Find the Anderson 400 Series double hung window at Riverhead Building Supply.
The 400 Series has a timeless style with modern design options to fit the look of your home.
Anderson brand products are the easiest to install, and Riverhead Building Supply makes it even easier.
We'll install your windows for you. Schedule measuring and replacement today.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location, call, or visit rbscorp.com.
You can count on our friends at Ridgewood Savings Bank to show you the community banking difference with cutting-edge conveniences and a century-long tradition of award-winning service. Ridgewood is a financial partner you can count on today, tomorrow, and all of the years to come. Whether you prefer to bank at your local neighborhood branch, from home, or on the go, they're always here to help you reach your goals. So let our friends at Ridgewood be the full-service banking partner you can count on to support you in your financial journey. Visit ridgewoodbank.com to find out more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, we've had a few that people will eventually refer to as classics in this postseason. I guess this is another one. However it ends, we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Mets 6, the Phillies 6. Edwin Diaz did not get it done in the 8th inning. Tyler McGill retired, well, 2 batters anyway, and it would have been a third if they'd gotten 1 out on the ball that Vientos could not make a play to the plate for. As an insurance run, seemingly, it scored for the Phillies. Then McGill got the next 2 batters, and, well, this is only the biggest inning of Tyler McGill's life as he begins the bottom of the 8th against Austin Hayes, former Baltimore Oriole, and then Kyle Schwarber and Trey Turner here in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Mets 6, the Phillies 6. The Mets lead the series 1-0. Vientos just a half stride back of the bag at third. Righty against righty. First pitch. Slider over for a called strike. It's 0-1. Hayes batting for the first time since he came in as part of some defensive changes made by Phillies manager Rob Thompson. McGill threw 10 pitches in that 8th inning. Here's the 0-1 to Hayes. Lifted in the air to right field, not deep. Hustling towards the line. Taylor on the run into foul ground. He slides, can't come up with it. Doesn't matter. Ball bounces into the seats. Just a foul strike. And the count 0-2. And Hayes, good for him, running hard all the way, was almost to second base. So he's got a long walk back to the batter's box.
Well, very rarely do you think a ball going up and away from Tyrone Taylor is going to elude him and fall in for trouble. And even this one Taylor couldn't get, but that's because it went foul. It ran a long way. He's in there for defense and right, one of the best defenders in the game.
So Hayes being given a little extra time to catch his breath. That's part of the protocol with the pitch clock. It's about using common sense. So as the hitter gets back, they give him an extra couple of seconds. And now he's good to go. Pitch clock running. 0-2 to Hayes. McGill sets. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen. Challenged him there with a fastball at 98. Schwarber on deck. And then Turner. Which is to say McGill's got his work cut out for him. He's the 4th pitcher the Mets have used. 0-2 to Hayes. Now the pitch. Breaking ball swung out and missed, strike 3. He chased the ball way out of the strike zone. Down and away. That's the first out. Make that second strikeout for McGill. Now it's Kyle Schwarber and the enormous power that he possesses.
Now, McGill has seen Schwarber before. He had not seen Hayes before. McGill has held Schwarber to a 1-for-9 in his career.
Left-hand hitter, strikes out a lot. McGill's first pitch, in for a called strike, 0-1. Good cutter to start him off. Vientos yields a lot of room to the third base side. The outfield straight away. Again, Schwarber. Taylor very deep in right, as is Nimmo in left. 0-1. McGill sets. The pitch to Schwarber. Swinging a high fly ball, shallow left, going back Vientos. Nimmo in. Vientos still backpedaling. They come together. Vientos catches it and holds on, even though he and Nimmo collided. By the time that Vientos caught the ball, it probably should have been Nimmo's, and Brandon is shaken up. Oh, boy. Brandon Nimmo had the better angle coming in on the ball, and he's hurting right now.
Just dropped down to a knee. He had gotten up and given Mark a high five, and then went right back down to a knee. The outfielders have come over, and Carlos Mendoza is trotting out there with Joe Goldie, the trainer. And
you see what Harrison Bader just did? He gave a thumbs up, which I think indicates that maybe Nimmo had the wind knocked out of him when they collided. Didn't look like, he did come up briefly holding his right knee, but the way Bader signaled thumbs up, it makes me think that somehow Nimmo told him something somewhat reassuring, but that was Nimmo's ball.
Yeah, Nimmo's calling comes in, and Vientos hits him in the leg in the midsection, so you can see how it could jar him and knock the wind out of him, because he's not expecting it. He's calling, and that ball is usually his. Usually as an outfielder, you make a catch, you don't expect a body check, but he got a body check. And he's going to stay in this game. Everybody else disperses. Mets dodge one there. That was a little scary.
So, Mets 6, Phillies 6, 2 out, nobody on, bottom of the ninth. Now Trey Turner, who is 2 for 4, and a very dangerous hitter. Bryce Harper is on deck. So McGill with his first pitch to Turner, way outside, ball 1. Turner singled, stole 2 bases in the first, popped to second in the third, and then a 2-out single after 2 were out and nobody on in the 6th. Got Harper to the plate. He homered, and Castellanos followed with a game-tying homer. 1-0 pitch, way outside, ball 2. And again, with Harper on deck, you got to worry about Turner's ability to steal a base. If he were to do that, they'd lose Harper, I'm sure, because the Mets would not want any part of Harper with a right-hand hitter, Castellanos, behind him. But we're ahead of ourselves a little. 2-0 to Turner. Now the pitch. 3-0 as he missed, down and away with a cutter. Maybe we're not so ahead of ourselves.
Well, McGill is doing some thinking as he stands on top of the rubber. What to do here.
Whatever you do, don't throw him a cookie. He'll swing 3-0. McGill delivers. Fastball, it's right down the middle, running in towards Turner. And the count 3-1. Ball did have some good late life. On 3-0, no way Turner was going after that. Vientos right on the line at third. 3-1, here's the pitch to Turner. Swing and a miss. Got him with a cutter. Or at least got to 3-2 now with a cutter. So Turner's got that in his head. As McGill head down. Just for a second to the back of the rubber. Now back on and ready to go. McGill sets. 3-2 pitch. Low, ball 4. He walked him. Well, what to do if you're Trey Turner?
Carlos Mendoza's jogging out. This is not to make a pitching change. This is to talk. What do we do is right. Strategy, how to handle this. I mean, Bryce Harper is, if you were to think about the worst person to ever meet in the middle of the night at home plate, this is it, right? I mean, he's going to hit the ball 10,000 feet, but you can get him out. He's got himself out. He can chase. You can put him away. He's not batting 1,000 for his career.
Yeah, you know, you certainly don't want a runner in scoring position here. And, you know, the possibility is that Turner might very well try to get down there by stealing a base.
Now, Harper, again, last time, the Mets maybe carefully walked him. Edwin Diaz with one out, walked him on 4 pitches. I'll get the next guy. Well, Castellanos then singled, then Stott hit the 2-run triple. So the work-around portion almost worked. They didn't hit a home run, but he did walk. And well, man, I don't know. I don't know what to do because I wouldn't want to face him one-on-one either right now. But putting him on is a little scary.
You know, for one thing, the Phillies want that go-ahead or winning run in scoring position, but I'm sure they know if Turner steals second, then you walk Harper.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure they will pitch carefully to Harper, and if Turner does take off, then Harper will go to first base in all likelihood.
And they're barely even holding him on.
Yeah, Alonso's almost behind him. Turner a very good lead, not running first pitch, down and in, ball 1, and that's an indicator right there that they're going to be extremely careful. And the only mistake McGill could make would be out over the plate. So Turner stretched that lead out a little bit. Was not going on the first pitch, of course, trying to preserve Harper's opportunity here if McGill cooperates. The 1-0. Swing and a drive deep to right. Down the line. It might go. It is foul. Oh, boy. Into the right field corner. The ball did not ultimately have home run distance, but it jumped off the bat and was dying as it hooked to the right field corner. And by the time it got close, the question was, would it stay fair? If it did, the game was over. He missed. He just short hopped the wall, maybe 2 feet from the foul line, if that.
As that ball was ascending, it looked like it was going to settle into the first or second row, but then it had a ton of topspin and just started to angle its way down. Hanging breaking ball in. Boy, that was close. And Harper even thought he had it.
1-1 the count. Alonso not paying too much attention to Turner here. Let's see if Turner goes. 1-1, he's not going, and the pitch down and in, ball 2. I mean, it's almost as though in the Mets' mind, and I'm sure this is what Carlos Mendoza talked about on the mound, if Turner steals second, so be it. Just don't make a mistake to Harper. We walk him, we walk him. Castellanos, who can be dangerous, as we saw earlier, is on deck, and he's taking this all in, too. 2-1 to Harper. Now the pitch. Hit on the ground foul up the first base side. He went with a split there, and now it's 2-2. So McGill has hung in, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Harper.
Sliders and splitters haven't given him anything hard to hit. Remember that home run that he hit off Severino on a 99-mile-an-hour fastball belt high.
McGill looks at Turner at first. Comes set. Here's the 2-2 to Harper. Swing at another foul off the end of the bat. He went with that split. You know, it's a split change. It's got that downward movement, and he forced Harper to reach for it. Not a strike, not nearly a strike. Because again, that's not where McGill can make a mistake here in the strike zone. 2-2 the count. Turner's not been running. McGill sets. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, a fastball, ball 3. Well, now we know that Turner will be running on 3-2. And with the Mets outfield as deep as it is, and Turner with the speed that he has at first, Harper hits one into the outfield. There's a chance Turner could come all the way around. That's what's at risk here. Alvarez motioning defensively. Alonso is very deep at first. Infield tilted around to the right. Bader a couple of steps the other way in center. Turner ready to run. 3-2 to Harper. Here's the pitch, and it's low outside, ball 4. And this scenario was set up on the mound. It's not the worst possible case for the Mets. That would have been Harper doing what he almost did with that long foul ball. But now you've got Castellanos, who's no easy prey. He is 2 for 4, including a game-tying homer and a single in the 8th inning, which preceded Bryson Stott's triple that put the Phillies on top. So back-to-back walks here, and now Turner with his speed is at second, and Harper at first. McGill sets. Outfield straight away. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss at a slider. 0-1. Jose Iglesias, the second baseman, had been angling in, trying to keep Turner as close as possible. Every step counts here. 0-1 the count. McGill sets the pitch. Swing and a foul, rolling into the Phillies dugout on the first base side, and McGill's ahead 0-2.
Remember, we told you as the season has gone on with McGill as a starter, he has 8 different pitches to choose from. And when you get ahead 0-2, you have a lot of different weapons in there. And Nick Castellanos knows about it. It's going to be hard for him to find the right one if McGill can snap off something as a surprise here to Castellanos.
McGill ready. Checks the runners. Here's the pitch. Low and away with a breaking ball. A slider. And it's 1-2. Again, the guy on deck, Bryson Stott, a left-hand hitter, who had that triple last time up against Diaz. And that's what brought McGill into the game in the 8th inning. So this is his 2nd inning of work. 1-2 the count. McGill sets. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball line down the left field line. It's a base hit, and the Phillies win the game. Around third, coming home is Turner. He scores standing, and the Phillies pour out of the dugout and mob Nick Castellanos between first and second. His game-winning single to left has given the Phillies a 7-6 win and even the National League Division Series at 1 win apiece.
Well, backup slider down and in. Castellanos, even though there are so many ways to get him out low and away, McGill tries to back him up down and in, and he got the barrel to it so quickly. And I tell you what, we're going back. We're going to have a rest of a series going to New York. This Mets feel good. The Phillies, they just got their swagger back.
This is going to be some kind of week, we have a feeling. Pretty good game, but in the end, much better for the Phillies in the 9th inning. 1 run, 1 hit. No errors, 2 men left. The final score, the Philadelphia Phillies 7 and the New York Mets 6. The series is tied 1 game apiece. Back to talk about it in a moment on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Peerless Boilers wants to keep you in heat and hot water. So check out Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers, and Pavilion tankless water heaters, the world's best built tankless water heaters. Learn about both at peerlessboilers.com. And remember, Peerless Boilers are the world's best built boilers.
Do you need to upgrade your wardrobe this fall? Visit flagandanthem.com for premium quality clothes without the premium price tag. Super comfortable flannels, jeans, and quarter zips, even jackets and boots. Get 25% off your order with code METS24. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Bronx. Queens. Bronx. Queens.
Hey, Mitch,
Bronx.
what are they arguing about?
Which borough?
Hey, sports fans, we've made it to the Division Series. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Please take a moment to check the link that is pinned in the chat. It is our Sick Kids Fall Drive campaign link. We are raising money for Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. It is near and dear to my heart, as I wouldn't be alive today if it was not for that hospital there in Toronto. So please click that link, check it out, send a donation in if you can to support this awesome channel and this awesome community of Toronto sports fans that we have here, bringing you all of the MLB playoff games. Thanks again for being here. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team, and let's make a difference in the community.
Middle class that every hardworking American deserves. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Pat McCarthy here, and I'd like to tell you about my alma mater, the College of New Jersey. At TCNJ, you get the best of both worlds. A top-notch education at a public college price point. TCNJ's faculty are partners in their students' success with courses that are more immersive and that offer transformational learning experiences along the way. That's higher education elevated. Come see for yourself what makes TCNJ so special. Learn more and register for an open house at tcnj.edu.
If you heat your home with oil, you must hear this message. Low-price home heating oil is now available to all our Mets Radio listeners at a fixed price that can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill. If you think you're paying too much to heat your home, then pick up your phone, dial 866-OIL-DEAL right now to see how much you can save on heating oil. The Home Heating Oil Service Center is staffed 24/7, and mechanics are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure your family is never left in the cold. Just dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL. The heating oil line is now open for Mets Radio listeners. Think you're paying too much for your home heating oil or service? Call the Home Heating Oil line now to see how much you can save off your home heating costs. Don't wait. There is no reason to pay too much for home heating oil. You can get the best service, 24-hour mechanics, and a low flat rate for this home heating season, guaranteed. So call now. Dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL. Well, back here in Philadelphia, the Phillies, with a run in the bottom of the ninth inning, have beaten the Mets 7-6 in a great baseball game. We'll tell you all about it, especially on the Verizon Mets postgame show, which is coming up in a little bit. But we also told you before this series started yesterday that in the last 100 games coming into this series played by the Mets and Phillies, the Mets had won 50, the Phillies had won 50. In the last 1,000 games between these teams coming into this series, the Mets had won 500, the Phillies had won 500. So I guess it should be no surprise that this series is even at a game apiece. There was no save tonight, but LifeVac is always there to save lives. LifeVac, the official choking rescue suction device. And tonight's Mets game has been brought to you by the family of Casamigos Tequilas, Anejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and the new Casamigos Jalapeno, brought to you by those who drink it. Well, for a while, the Phillies fans were wondering if they would be back here this year. They still might not be, but who would be surprised if this one went the limit and maybe even beyond that, Keith?
I mean, unbelievable. You talk about what the last 50, 500,000 games have been. Well, this is the first ever postseason series between the Mets and the Phillies, and man, we're not going to have any hair at the end of this thing. Pulling it out over the first two games, an absolutely crazy game. As you said, too, the Phillies fans were in it, and they really were not in it. They were booing their own team. The Mets had a 3-0 lead. They had a 4-3 lead, and we ended up trading so many runs here at the end that the Phillies come out on top 7-6, which means that this series in a best of 5 is evened up at a game apiece, heading back to New York for games 3 and 4. The totals for Philadelphia: 7 runs, 10 hits, 1 error, 7 left. For New York, 6 runs, 11 hits, 1 error, 7 men left. The win goes to Jeff Hoffman. There were blown saves on both sides, one for Matt Strahm, one for Edwin Diaz. The loss goes to Tyler McGill. Home runs in the game, a lot of them, all of them basically very dramatic. For the Phillies, Bryce Harper hit his first of the postseason. Same deal with Castellanos. For the Mets, Mark Vientos hit his first 2 home runs in his playoff history. Alonso hit 1, Brandon Nimmo hit 1. Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 13 minutes in front of a big Sunday crowd, 45,679. This series tied at a game apiece. Once again, the final score in Game 2, the Phillies 7 and the Mets 6.
New York Mets Baseball is a production of Odyssey in conjunction with the New York Mets. The executive producer is Ray Martell, production assistants by Captain Jack McCarthy and Brendan Gambeski, and our producer-engineer in the booth is the immortal Chris Majkowski. Our next broadcast will be on Tuesday night when the National League Division Series moves to Citi Field for Game 3 between the Mets and Phillies. First pitch scheduled for 5:08, with the Mets pregame show beginning at 4:25. And so, for Keith Radd and Pat McCarthy, I'm Howie Rose. Thanks for joining us. Once again, the final score, the Philadelphia Phillies 7, the New York Mets 6. This series is tied 1 game apiece. Stay tuned. Pat's coming up next with a Verizon Mets postgame show. This is Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
New York Mets baseball has been brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. Thrivewell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThrivewellInfusion.com. Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit PeerlessBoilers.com to find a dealer near you. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines midfield. It's a race. Picking him up. Putting him down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, after this game, get back to what's really important, your fantasy football team. We're talking about it right now on Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
The NFL Sunday Drive is your home for the 2024 regular season.
Caught for the touchdown!
This is Steve Torrey. Join me and Bill Leckus every Sunday at noon Eastern as we take you live to every game, every touchdown, and every key moment.
Bucs take the lead with 9 seconds left.
Plus, reporters from every game, fantasy updates, and guests live from the locker room.
49ers tight end George Kittle.
Catch the NFL Sunday Drive every Sunday at noon Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
This is Dave LaGreca, creator of the biggest pro wrestling show on the planet, Busted Open. Don't miss myself and my Hall of Fame cast and crew as we break down every story in and out of the ring and talk to the top names in the business, like the legend himself, The Undertaker.
I'm actually glad to be on a real show.
Catch Busted Open live every day from 9 to noon Eastern on SiriusXM Fight Nation, channel 156, and on the SiriusXM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday.
1 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Bank of America Roval 400 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah!
Catch a brand new season preview show of your favorite team every weeknight until the season starts. Only on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app.
This is the Verizon Mets postgame show. Save big when you switch to the network New York City relies on. Head to your local Verizon store and check out the latest deals. Also brought to you by Flagstar Bank NA. Visit them at flagstar.com. Smashburger, 100% certified Angus beef burgers, fries, shakes, and more. The College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. ELEC 825, building our future. The Ray Katina family of dealerships. Visit them at raykatina.com. Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Stay where you play. And by Orlin & Cohen Orthopedic Group. We've got specialists for that. Now, here's Pat McCarthy.
Another late-inning rally for the New York Mets. Unfortunately, the Phillies get the last laugh on a Nick Castellanos walk-off base hit into left field against Tyler McGill in the 9th inning to even up the National League Division Series at a game apiece. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Citizens Bank Park. This is the Verizon Mets postgame show. I'm Pat McCarthy. So the Mets, frankly, from the jump, we're in a position to put a stranglehold on this series. Mark Vientos with an early 2-run home run against Christopher Sanchez. Then Pete Alonso with a solo shot when the Phillies went to their bullpen, and it seemed like the combination of Luis Severino and the Mets pen were going to figure out a way to keep these Phillies bats quietly, but Bryce Harper and Nick Castellanos go back-to-back against Luis Severino to tie the game. But then once again, I mean, the Mets struck right back. Brandon Nimmo gives the Mets a 4-3 lead on a solo home run against Orion Kerkering. But again, the Phillies rallied against Edwin Diaz. Carlos Mendoza decided to go to his closer early in this game with the top of the order looming. He turned to him in the 7th inning, and unfortunately the Phillies made him pay for it as they scored 3 runs against Diaz in the 8th inning to take a 6-4 lead. In total for Diaz, 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. But once again, that late inning magic that we talked about. The Mets got to Matt Strahm yesterday. They got to him again today. A 2-run game-tying home run in the 9th inning by Mark Vientos. And it just seemed like this fairy tale ride was going to continue with another late-inning rally. Unfortunately, with Tyler McGill on the mound, the Phillies were able to mount a 2-out rally after 2 2-out walks to Trey Turner and Bryce Harper set up Nick Castellanos to win this game. So, as nice as it would have been to head back to Citi Field in a commanding position with a 2-0 series lead, the Mets did take care of business here in Philadelphia. They earn a split and head back to now Citi Field in a best-of-3 series with home field advantage. 2 games beginning on Tuesday and on Wednesday before the series potentially returns back here to Philadelphia on Friday for a pivotal Game 5. But there's so much between now and then. We know that this series is going to go at least 4 games, and now it's anybody's ball game after the Mets rallied back with some late-inning magic to take Game 1. Tonight it was the Phillies who figured out a way to rally back to even up this series. Time for our Lessons of the Game, brought to you by the College of New Jersey. TCNJ offers a top-notch education at a public college price point. Learn more and register for an open house at tcnj.edu. Well, we learned that it was punch, counter-punch. After the Phillies took the lead in the 8th inning, Mark Vientos with a towering game-tying 2-run home run in the 9th. Unfortunately, we learned that the Phillies can punch right back because Nick Castellanos delivered a walk-off hit in the 9th inning. Those are our Lessons of the Game, brought to you by the College of New Jersey. We'll take our first break here on the Verizon Mets postgame show. When we come back, give you a quick update on the scoreboard around the rest of the DS games, get a reaction from Mets manager Carlos Mendoza, and then listen back to the highlights before getting you all set for Game 3 on Tuesday afternoon. That's next when we return to Philadelphia. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
Hey, New York fans. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
Kickboxing knock out your knee? We've got specialists for that. Not feeling the love after your last tennis match? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience to tackle each of your orthopedic needs so you can feel better, faster. Locations across Long Island, open 7 days a week, and now open in Kew Gardens as well. Visit orlandcohen.com.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
What have we learned from baseball? Nothing ever goes according to plan. Accidents happen when you least expect them. If you've been injured, visit the Rothenberg Law Firm at injurylawyer.com.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state, so what are you waiting for? Wow your way through NJ. Through sculpture gardens, garden gardens, and loop-de-loops. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
In 2024, you get more at Ramsey Mazda. More selection and more savings. Like a new 2024 Mazda CX-5, starting at just $29,276. Ramsey Mazda is the proud recipient of the 2023 President's Club Award and the 2024 Cars.com Consumer Satisfaction Award. Visit RamseyMazda.com. That's RamseyMazda.com. Get more in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
103 millones de dólares. ¿Qué te parece? You know you ready to play. Sounds grande, grande.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million or a second chance to win 1 of 100 VIP trips to Billboard Latin Music Week in Miami. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Welcome back to the Verizon Mets postgame show, where the Mets dropped Game 2 of the NLDS to the Philadelphia Phillies 7-6. The other game in the NLDS is on the West Coast. It is the Dodgers and the Padres. Game 2 getting underway just at the top of the hour. Dodgers with a one-game series lead. Padres tonight trying to even up the series. That game is, of course, at Dodger Stadium. Getting underway just about 8:08 or so. Jack Flaherty is on the mound for Los Angeles, and for the Padres, it is Yu Darvish. The ALDS tomorrow, Tigers trying to even up the series against the Guardians at 4:08, and then at 7:38 tomorrow, it is Kansas City and the Yankees at the stadium. Kansas City trying to even up that series against the Yankees. So those are the other playoff games right now. It's time for the Clubhouse Report, which is sponsored by Wendy's. Savor the drip of Wendy's Saucy Nugs Party Pack, open till midnight or later. Here is the manager of the New York Mets, Carlos Mendoza.
What do you think was Diaz's primary issue in the 8th inning there?
Yeah, I thought that, after he got Schwarber in the 7th to get out of that huge inning, then he gets Turner to lead off the 8th. Looks like he was pitching around Harper a little bit, and then he just couldn't put away Castellanos and Stott. That finally got him for the big hit. That 3-2 slider, I think didn't do too much. But yeah, 2 hitters, 2 pitches that probably too much over the plate, and they got him.
How much of this, in your eyes, is just, a tough inning for him versus he's been worked very hard over the past week? Is any of that affecting him? Yeah, but he also is coming off 2 days off. He wasn't going to finish that game. So he came in the 7th. I thought that was the game right there with their best hitters coming up, and he got Schwarber. And then he got Turner, like I said. Look, they're a good team. They're great hitters. It just didn't happen today.
Go far left, Andy. You said he wasn't going to finish, so if he'd gotten through that clean, it would have been McGill in the 9th.
I was going to go with, depending on the matchup where they were at. I was short today back there, so I have a few options. But as the games unfold and that inning started it, and Budo, I think it was Clemens that got that dribble that we couldn't finish that inning. At that time, I thought the game was right there. And then I was going to let it play out and figure it out the 9th.
And just what was your opinion of the seeming pitch around to Harper and then 3-2 slider to stop?
Yeah.
As a pitch selection.
Yeah, so I was fine with him pitching around Harper. And then, he just left that slider over the plate, and Stott got him.
Hey, go right here in the middle in the front, Steve.
Carlos, you never know how a player's going to react to the playoffs for the first time. What are you seeing out of Mark these first 5 games?
Pretty impressive. His ability to slow the game down, just having the awareness of the situation, and he continues to come through. Whether it's early in the game, it was pretty impressive the way he went the other way and took Sanchez deep, got pitched up in the zone and just drove it to right field. But then we get down and he gets on top of a fastball from Strong, and ties the game in the ninth. So pretty impressive. His at-bats, the way he's controlling the strike zone, but he just looks calm and very aware of the situation and under control. So impressive.
Then when it comes to McGill in that ninth, is the one batter, the walk to Turner, that you think is going to be the one that he thinks more about?
Probably, but look, I mean, when you're facing that part of the order, it's one after another, So he was careful with Turner. He can take you deep as well. And then obviously you got to pitch around Harper, and we just left that slider. I think it was too good of a pitch for Castellanos, and that's another good hitter, and made him pay. So.
Go right behind you, Steve. There you go. Yep. Oh, you good? Go over here.
Being short in the pen, how tough is it to do the math to get to 27 outs against that lineup?
Look, I mean, yeah, that's a good lineup. And Sevi was really good, But then when they got back and tied it in the sixth, that's when, okay, because you have an idea going into the game how you're going to get through 9 innings if you're winning. And, yeah, you're short. And, you potentially a Burro, Diaz combination, McGill somehow there. That just didn't happen today.
Straight back in middle.
When the Phillies came back and tied it in the sixth, it all happened so quickly, too quickly to get a reliever up in the pen. Severino was twice through the order into the high 70s in pitch count by that point. How close was he to a point where you were just going to have somebody ready to step in regardless?
He's our guy. And especially when you have a short pen, I'm not going to be as aggressive. And the way he was throwing the baseball, I don't care about third time through. He's pitching really well. And like I said, if I pull him early, then I have to cover 12 out. So that wasn't the case today.
Go over on the left, Tim.
You guys have bounced back from a bunch of losses similar to this. How do you expect the team to come out Tuesday?
Same, and I mean, we came back in the ninth inning after losing the lead. So off day tomorrow, and can't wait to play in front of our fan base. It's been a while, so we'll be ready to go.
Given the way your season has gone, with a flair for the dramatic, given the way these teams seem to play each other, in your heart of hearts, do you think you're going to be back here for Game 5?
I mean, I don't have a crystal ball. Look, we got to take it one day at a time, and we got to win a series. That's a really good team today, and you saw it today. They got down. It was 3-0, and it seems like, we took the crowd away, and before you know it, they got back and tied the game, and they continue to fight. So it was a great game, and we expect to be this way moving forward. So, like I said, one day at a time, one game at a time, and see what happens.
We go over here, right here to Anthony.
Just to follow up on Tim Britton's question from earlier, you guys have played a ton of games lately. They've been close games. You've had to use your leverage arms in ways you never really did during the regular season. Just how difficult is it to manage a bullpen when you're dealing with everything that you guys have dealt with over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, it's a challenge, but, guys will step up. We saw it with Peterson yesterday. I thought McGill was good today. You're trying to stay away from different guys because you're going to need all of them. And not only the high leverage reliever guys are going to be, in the game, and I'm going to ask them to get huge outs. Everybody's going to have to contribute. Off day tomorrow, and then another important game on Tuesday. But no excuses. It's been hard, but here we are. And I'm just looking forward to get back to Citi Field on Tuesday.
Okay, Abby here on the right.
Was McGill trying to get Turner to chase? It looked like he was throwing some balls in the dirt and a little bit outside the zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a really good hitter, and if you make a mistake, he's gonna make you pay. And he didn't chase. He did a good job, and he controlled the strike zone, got on base, and then same thing with Harper. So yeah.
And is Nimmo okay after that collision in the outfield with Mark?
Yeah, he's good.
Well, that was Carlos Mendoza after tonight's game, and yeah, the Mets had an opportunity to really take control of this 5-game series and head back to Citi Field for the first time in, boy, it feels like forever. But either way, the Mets came to Philadelphia, took one of two. Now all of a sudden it's a 3-game series, and you have the home field advantage beginning on Tuesday afternoon. Take a break here on the Verizon Mets postgame show. When we come back, listen back to the highlights, get you all set up for Tuesday afternoon. That's next when we return to Philadelphia. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
Discover the NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday.
1 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Bank of America Roval 400 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yes!
If you love golf, then you should never turn off PGA Tour Radio. Hear from the biggest names in the sport.
Champion golfer of the year is Xander Schauffele.
I think best round of golf ever in my life.
Listen to special shows from people who love the game, like rock and roll legend Alice Cooper.
There's a putt, must be 90 feet long, and you make that putt.
And get help with your own game.
You'll get through your iron shots and have predictable distance.
It's all golf, all the time, on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Sharing the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
For the first time since being named head coach of the U.S. men's national team, Mauricio Pochettino sat down with SiriusXM FC's Ray Hudson and Charlie Stilatano.
We are going to walk to the 2026 World Cup with the idea to win. We are the first that we need to believe and to dream big. As in football, if you are not capable to dream, it's impossible to achieve good things.
To hear the full interview with the new national team head coach, listen on the SiriusXM app. Just search FC.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Welcome back to the Verizon Mets postgame show. It is time to listen back to the highlights from Game 2. Mets with a 1-0 series lead, and Luis Severino on the mound against Christopher Sanchez. A one-out double by Mark Vientos, but nothing else for the Mets in the top of the first. Then in the bottom half, a one-out single by Trey Turner, who immediately swiped second base. Severino then struck out Bryce Harper on a 3-2 fastball. Turner then swiped third, but Nick Castellanos lined out to first for the final out. Each team with a runner at third in the first, but nothing to show for it. Scoreless after one. In the top of the second, Jose Iglesias led off with an infield single. Edmundo Sosa sailed the throw, and Iglesias went to second. J.D. Martinez next lined a ball back up the middle, but Bryson Stott made a terrific full extension grab to take away a base hit. Starling Marte then lined out, and Francisco Alvarez grounded out, and the Mets could not capitalize on the runner in scoring position with nobody out. Severino then in the bottom half set the Phillies down in order. Scoreless on to the top of the third. With one out, Francisco Lindor singled to left center. That meant a runner at first base with one away for Mark Vientos.
Big hole open to the right side. Lindor leaning. Takes his lead. First pitch. Hit high in the air, right field. Castellanos racing back to the track at the wall. Looks up. It's gone! Mark Vientos. Two-run shot to right field over the tall wall. His first postseason home run of his career. 2-0 Mets in the third. Power the other way for Vientos.
Vientos, a two-run shot, and the Mets ahead of Philadelphia 2-0. Only the second home run allowed on a Christopher Sanchez changeup this season. Brandon Nimmo followed with an infield single, but Sanchez struck out the next two and limited the Mets to just 2 runs. In the bottom of the third, Johan Rojas singled with 1 out. Kyle Schwarber next, flied out to the warning track and right. The return throw from Starling Marte was wild, and Rojas advanced to second. After he stole third, Trey Turner popped out, and Severino was out of the jam in the third inning. 2-0 Mets after 3 strikeouts in the bottom half. Severino faced the minimum with a little